We are on the record for hearings in the matters listed in the North Dakota Industrial Commission hearing docket for March 21st. I'm David Garner, hearing examiner for these hearings. We are at the hearing room for the Department of Mineral Resources, Oil and Gas Division, and it is 9 a.m. On the docket, the following matters will be continued or dismissed. Case number 30747 continued. Case number 30714 continued. Case number 30698 continued. Case number 30774 continued. Case number 30782 dismissed. Case number 30784 continued. Case number 30786 continued. Case number 30787 continued. The administrative docket starts on page 6 with case number 30758 and goes through case number 30789. These cases will be heard in the next room with Michael Zisch. Audio recordings of the cases on the administrative docket will be placed on the Oil and Gas website by the end of the week. If you wish to appear in one of the matters of the administrative docket, please appear in the next room. If there is opposition to the matter, it will be brought back into this hearing room to be heard, and your statements and evidence will be taken. We will begin with moving to case number 30741. Application of Liberty Resources Management Company, LLC, for an order amending the field rules for the East Tioga Bakken Pool and/or Enget Lake Bakken Pool, Montreal County, North Dakota, so as to create and establish 4 overlapping 2560-acre spacing units comprised of sections 1, 2, 11, and 12, sections 2, 3, 10, and 11, sections 3, 4, 9, and 10, and sections 4, 5, 8, and 9, Township 158 North, Range 93 West, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on or near the section line to an existing spacing units of each proposed overlapping 2560-acre spacing unit and such other relief. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, excuse me, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in case 30741 on behalf of Liberty Resources Management Company, LLC. Liberty intends on calling 3 witnesses in this matter. Mr. Dwayne Fadness will be offering some land testimony. Mr. Jeremy McChesney will be offering some geologic testimony, and Ms. Stacy Strickland will be offering some engineering testimony. And all 3 witnesses are present with us in the hearing room.
Mr. Fadness, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Good morning, Dwayne. How are you?
Good morning.
Would you state your full name for the record, please?
Dwayne Fadness,
And Dwayne, by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
Liberty Resources, LLC, Vice President of Land.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
I have.
And you've had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Correct.
To offer the further testimony, this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Dwayne, let's turn to the packet of exhibits. In this case, 30741. I've distributed a packet to the commission staff. And let's turn first to what's been marked as Exhibit L1. And what I'd like you to do, Dwayne, is identify L1 and then briefly discuss what's contained upon it.
Exhibit L1 is a regional map depicting in the northwest corner of Montreal County the area of interest that will be the subject and topic of discussion today regarding Liberty's proposed 2560-acre spacing units.
Okay, and then let's go to L2.
L2 is a zoomed-in map looking at the proposed 4 25-acre spacing units that Liberty's making an application for. The first one is going from left to right. The first one is in outlined in yellow and be a section line well proposed between existing stand-up 1280-acre spacing 1,280-acre spacing units consisting of section 5 and 8 and 4 and 9. The second one is outlined in purple, and that is a proposed section line well between sections 4 and 9 and sections 3 and 10. The third proposed 2560 acre spacing unit is outlined in green, and it is on the section line between sections 3 and 10 and sections 2 and 11. The fourth and final proposed 25 acre spacing unit is outlined in blue, and it is proposed on the section line between sections 2 and 11 and sections 1 and 12.
Okay, thank you, Dwayne. And now let's talk a little bit about ownership in the underlying 1280s, as well as what the ownership will be in the overlaps if the commission approves that, that application. And to do so, let's turn to Exhibit L3A.
L3A, again, starting on the left in the yellow box, the easiest way I think to go through this is Liberty's ownership in the lower right corner for sections 4 and 9 is 95%, 95.18%. Other parties own the remainder. In sections 5 and 8, up in the upper left corner, Liberty Resources owns 70.24%. Other parties own the remainder, making up 100% of that stand-up spacing unit. In the far upper left corner in sections 4, 5, 8, and 9, in the proposed 2560, Liberty owns 82.71%, and other parties own the remainder, making up 100%.
Well, let's go to the next exhibit and discuss first the ownership in that, in the underlying 1280s as well as the overlapping 2560.
Sure, again, starting on the lower right-hand corner, Liberty's working interest in sections 3 and 10 is 95.17%. Other parties own the remainder. In sections 4 and 9, moving up to the left-hand upper corner of this plat, Liberty owns 95.18%. Other working interest owners own the remainder. Combining those four sections, Liberty owns 95.17%. Other working interest owners own the remainder, making up 100%.
All right, and then Exhibit L3C.
In L3C, starting at the lower right-hand corner again, sections 2 and 11, Liberty Resources owns 99.14% of sections 2 and 11. In sections 3 and 10 in the upper left-hand corner, Liberty owns 95.17%. Other working interest owners make up the remainder. And in the top left-hand corner, when you combine the four sections into the 2560, Liberty's ownership is 97.15%. Other parties own the remainder, making up 100%.
Okay, and then L3D.
That's the final proposed 2560 acre spacing unit here, outlined in blue. Again, starting at the lower right-hand corner, Liberty owns 86.97% in sections 1 and 12. Other parties, other working interest owners make up the remainder. In sections 2 and 11, top left corner of the blue box, Liberty Resources owns 99.14% of sections 2 and 11. And when you combine the four sections into the proposed 2560 acre spacing unit, Liberty owns 93.06% working interest, and the other remaining parties own the rest to make up 100%.
No further questions of the land witness.
Any questions from the staff? Mr. McChesney, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Jeremy, state your full name for the record, please.
Jeremy McChesney,
And Jeremy, by whom are you employed?
Liberty Resources Management Company.
In what capacity?
As a geoscience manager.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously and had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
For the further testimony, of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Jeremy, let's go to the next exhibit in the packet. It's been previously marked as G1. What I'd like you to do with that exhibit is first identify it and then briefly discuss what's contained upon it.
Sure. Exhibit G1 is a geologic structure map on the top of the Upper Bakken Shale with 50-foot contour interval. The formation is continuous and dipping to the southwest in the proposed 2560-acre spacing units. The Middle Bakken landed wells are colored in green, while the Three Forks landed wells are colored in red. The type log for this area is denoted by the blue dot on the map, and it's a Liberty Resources drilled pilot hole on the southwest quarter of Section 14 of 15893, and that is the subject of Exhibit G2.
Okay, and let's go to G2 then.
Exhibit G2 is the Martin C-158-93-11-2-3 MBH pilot hole that was drilled in 2018. The log captures the base of the lodgepole through the Bakken and Upper Three Forks. The target zone is called out for the Middle Bakken. The gamma ray is in the far left tract, followed by the resistivity in the middle tract, then the neutron porosity and density in the far right tract.
No further questions for the geologic witness.
Any questions from the staff? Ms. Strickland, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Stacy, please state your full name for the record, please.
Stacy Strickland,
And Stacy, by whom are you employed?
Liberty Resources,
In what capacity?
Reservoir Engineer.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously and had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
I have.
I'd offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Stacy, let's continue through the packet of exhibits. To get it right today, we'll start with E1 rather than E2. Let's go to E1, and can you identify Exhibit E1 and then briefly discuss what's contained upon it?
Yes. Exhibit E1 illustrates a 2-mile wellbore that Liberty Resources would execute in order to safely drill and complete a Middle Bakken landed wellbore. You'll notice that the lateral is cemented, and the expected completion design would be between 27 and 35 frac stages and 1,000 to 1,200 pounds per foot of proppant using a plug-and-perf technique.
All right, let's go then on to the next exhibit, E2A, and as you did with the previous exhibit, first identify it and then briefly discuss what's contained upon it.
So there's an exhibit E2A through E2D, similar to the land exhibits. So I'll spend a little bit of time on E2A, and then it'll be repetitive after that. So 2A through 2D illustrate the 4 proposed 2560-acre spacing units in Township 158, Range 93, Sections 1 through 5, and Sections 8 through 12. Specifically, Exhibit E2A depicts the proposed 2560-acre spacing unit in Sections 4 and 5 and 8 and 9. The existing horizontal wells are shown on both sides of the section line, and we always have Middle Bakken wells in green and Three Forks wells in red. The proposed section line is shown in a dashed purple line. That placement isn't meant to be an exact placement. The lease line development will take place in the 500-foot corridor, and Liberty will obviously honor the spacing unit north and south boundary setbacks as stated in the commission's order. The infill wells will likely be drilled from new pads on the south side of the spacing unit. That will allow them to readily connect to water and gas gathering lines operated by Liberty Midstream Solutions. The target landing zone, Middle Bakken and Three Forks, is not determined at this time. It'll most likely be Middle Bakken, but I'd like to allow that flexibility for further evaluation. That is all for this exhibit.
Do you want to go on to 2B?
Yep, if we move to 2B, the exact same layout with the Middle Bakken well in green and the Three Forks well in red, and the same with the lease line development well in the middle with a purple line. We move to Exhibit 2C. This is Sections 3 and 10 and 2 and 11. The same setup. You see the different well bores there. I have denoted the 1 mile lateral, which is a Hess Nelson 1-11H well. It was P&A'd in 2016, but we're showing it on the diagram, but it is not a producing well. We move to Exhibit E2D. This is sections 2 and 11 and 1 and 12. And then again, it shows the well bores in green that are all Middle Bakken well bores that are producing.
All right, then let's go on to the next exhibit in the packet, E3. And as you've done previously, first identify the exhibit and then briefly discuss what's contained on it.
Exhibit E3 is a reservoir and economic summary of a Liberty Resources operated well in this area. The general reservoir parameters are provided at the top with a formation thickness of about 55 feet, porosity of 8%, and water saturation of 45%. Moving to the middle section with the expected production profile, you'll see an initial oil rate of 850 barrels of oil per day, initial gas rate of 935. Our decline rate, we do start with a pretty steep decline of 90%, and we move to 68% once on hyperbolic decline. We're using a B factor of 1.1 here across all of these DSUs, water cut of 70%, GOR starting at 1100 when we're above bubble point, and then ramping to 2200 once we drop below bubble point. That results in an EUR of oil of 400 MBO and an EUR oil equivalent of 520 MBOE. The economic section at the bottom, we're using a flat oil price of $70 per barrel with a gas price of $3 per MCF. Our DCNF cost is $7.283 million. These are integrated economics, so we are putting in a midstream cost of $150 to hook up to the gas and water gathering lines. A fixed and variable OpEx shows with $7,000 per month and $7 per BO. The average gross working interest across all of these DSUs, as Land testified, is about 91.2% with an 8/8 NRI of 82.8%. All of that results in a rate of return of 53% and a payout of 15 months.
Stacy, you previously testified that Liberty wants some flexibility with respect to completing either in the Middle Bakken or the first bench of the Three Forks, but you've only provided economics for the Middle Bakken. Do you anticipate that the economics for the Three Forks, first bench of the Three Forks, would be significantly different?
They'll be similar because we do believe with the modern completion designs that we are able to access and drain both reservoirs. They'll be slightly lower. They could come in at a higher water cut with higher LOE, but in general, they'd be pretty similar.
Okay, so showing an economic venture for the Middle Bakken, you could also give an opinion that it'll be an economic venture in the first bench of the Three Forks as well. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Let's go on to Exhibit E4. Is that a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of hearings?
Correct.
And Stacy, in your opinion, if the application is granted, will it prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
No further questions, Mr. Examiner. Offer each one of the exhibits that was identified by the three witnesses.
The exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Stacy, on Exhibit E2A, how close are those toes of those wells to the section line?
I do not have that footage number.
Okay, has that been evaluated to where those toes might be too close to a section line well?
These are Liberty-operated wells, and in addition, both of those wells were completed in the 2008-2009 timeframe with very, very small fracs and very low withdrawals from the wells. So that is not a concern with Liberty's development in this area. And to maximize recovery of the area, we do want the flexibility for section line wells as well as full in-unit spacing for additional infill wells to recover all the reserves.
Okay, then move into the next page, E2B. Considering that you'll be in the same formation, or do you plan to operate those, the Skalitsky and Get wells at the same time as the section line well?
We will operate those until they're not economic to operate. Again, those are very old wells, So we'll have to evaluate that once we do the full infill development across this area. And at some point in time, they may no longer be needed or no longer be economic to produce.
Do you plan on skipping frac stages or anything when you're around those well bores for completions?
That is a possibility, and that will be evaluated when we do the final completion design of adding that buffer zone.
And I think you stated that you'll be planning on building pads for each one of these wells, but is there a reason on this exhibit that you wouldn't be utilizing the pad down in the corner of section 10?
Oh, we probably would when we do full infill development. So it'll, with having all of these DSUs being contiguous and Liberty operated, it'll be a full development plan across that. And we will be utilizing existing pads as well as new pads to fully develop this area.
Thanks.
Stacy or Jeremy, I guess, since it was brought up that you potentially will be targeting the upper Three Forks, would one of you identify on G2 where about your target would be in the upper Three Forks?
Yeah, I can answer that question. So looking at the type log on Exhibit G2, the major depth markers are every 20 feet. So looking at the depth marker of 9680, measured depth on the type log, roughly 10 feet below that would be our landing target for the first bench of the Three Forks. And we would stay and steer above the Three Forks second bench marker that is also depicted on that exhibit.
Okay, thank you.
Stacy, it puzzles me a little bit that you would talk about targeting the Three Forks formation. You testified yesterday, and everybody seems like they're going to the Middle Bakken. What are the odds you would ever drill this well on the first bench of the Three Forks?
Yeah, that's a great question, and I think the odds are probably less than 20%. And what we have is directly south of this area, we are Middle Bakken only, and we're doing some tests along this row right now, Middle Bakken only. But just to the north of this, our Three Forks wells are actually performing better than our Middle Bakken wells. So we believe there's a transition period occurring, and we're not confident of where that occurs. And so I wanted to leave that open since we haven't fully made a decision here. But it'll likely be Middle Bakken only across these DSUs.
And on Exhibit E2B, we'll use, you didn't depict it, nobody discussed it, but 3 and 10 and 4 and 9 are going to be developed as stand-up 1280s, isn't that right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, that concludes our hearing for case number 30741. Case number 30742, application of Savannah LLC for an order amending the field rules for the Stony Creek Bakken Pool, Williams County, North Dakota as follows. 1, create and establish an overlapping 2560-acre spacing unit comprised of sections 10, 11, 14, and 15, Township 155 North, Range 100 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 2 horizontal wells on or near the section line between the existing space units of said proposed overlapping 2560-acre spacing unit. And 2, create and establish an overlapping 3840-acre spacing unit comprised of sections 22, 23, 26, 27, 34, and 35, Township 155 North, Range 100 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 2 horizontal wells on or near the section line between the existing space units of said proposed overlapping 3840-acre spacing unit and such other relief as appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in case 30742 on behalf of Savannah LLC. We intend to call 3 witnesses in this matter. The first witness will be Mr. Ogden Coleman, and he will be offering some land testimony. Our second witness will be Mr. Troy Graham, and Mr. Graham will be offering some geologic testimony. And then our third witness will be Ms. Kelly, Kelli Hale, and Ms. Hale will be offering some engineering testimony. All these witnesses will be appearing by telephone. They should be calling in shortly. Oh, I see, it's my fault. It's a call-in number. I apologize.
Do you think they would have seen that as a little spiteful?
Good morning. Okay, just a moment. I'm going to put you on the speaker.
Mr. Coleman?
Ogden, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay.
Mr. Coleman, do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Ogden, please state your name for the record.
John Ogden Coleman,
And Ogden, by whom are you employed?
Savannah LLC,
In what capacity?
senior landman.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes, I have.
Have you had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
I have.
Or offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert?
Motion granted.
Ogden, let's turn to the packet of exhibits for case 30742, and I'll have you skip the cover page and go to what's been previously marked as Exhibit L1. I'd like you to identify Exhibit L1 and then briefly describe what's contained upon that exhibit.
Exhibit L1 is just a regional map showing the area of interest there in Williams County, North Dakota, Township 155 North, Range 100 West.
And then let's move to Exhibit L2, and once again, identify the exhibit and briefly discuss what's contained upon it.
Yep, Exhibit L2 is a land plat showing the area in question being Township 155 North, Range 100, Sections 10, 11, 15, 14, 22, and 23. The red box that makes up 10, 11, 14, 15, 22, and 23 is our previous spacing for this lease line, which we want to change it to just be Section 10, 11, 14, and 15. Our ownership, Savannah's ownership, with its partners in the yellow 4-section spacing would be 91.44% working interest as a group.
Okay, and then let's go to Exhibit L3.
L3 is, again, a land plat showing Township 155 North, Range 100 West. The area we're focusing on here is Sections 22, 23, 26, 27, 34, 35. And so we want to switch the old spacing that was the red box going to the north down to the south here. And Savannah et al. Working interest would be 69.89%. And so this is basically just swapping between them, having the 3-mile lateral going south instead of north as we previously had it, making the north lease line a 2-mile lateral.
And while you didn't discuss it on both exhibits L2 and L3, you also show the percentage of ownership for the underlying spacing units. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I can state those if you want, or they're on the exhibit.
No, it's not necessary that you state it. I just wanted to point out for the record that that information is on the exhibit in the event the commission is curious. So that's all the questions I have, Mr. Examiner, for the land witness.
Any questions from the staff? Mr. Graham,
Yes.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Troy, state your full name for the record, please.
Troy Graham,
And Troy, by whom are you employed?
Savannah LLC,
In what capacity?
geologist.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
And offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Troy, let's go to the next exhibit in the packet, previously marked G1. Can you tell us what G1 is and then briefly discuss what's contained upon it?
Yeah, G1, Exhibit G1 is a structure map on the top of the middle block and member. Contour interval is 20 feet. The structure map shows a gentle dip to the southeast of less than 1 degree. The yellow acreage indicates Savannah's operated position in the Sunny Creek. Area of interest for the 2560 acre spacing unit covers section 10, 11, 14, 15 of 155 North, 100 West. Area of interest for the 3840 acre spacing unit covers sections 22, 23, 26, 27, 34, and 35 of 155 North, 100 West. The small red box that you see in the southeast of section 16 is the location of the nearest vertical well and type log for the area.
Okay, let's go to the next exhibit then, G2. Identify and briefly discuss what's contained upon it.
Okay, G2 is a type log of the nearest vertical well drilled in the area of interest. It's located in the southeast of section 16, 155 North, 100 West. It was drilled by Lamar Hunt in November of 1979. The well stat state 1 was drilled to a depth of 13,812 in the Red River Formation. The well was completed in the Stonewall Formation and made 1,300 barrels of oil. If you look at the headers, the gamma ray caliper and tension are in column number 1. Shallow resistivity and deep resistivity is in column 2. And neutron porosity and density porosity is in column 3. The formations are described along the right side of the log, starting with the Upper Bakken Shale, Middle Bakken Member, Lower Bakken Shale, first Three Forks Bench, down through the Nisku. Target intervals are depicted by the colored line. The red is equal to the Middle Bakken. In this area, it's around 43 feet thick with average cross-plot porosity of 7.5%. The blue is equal to the Three Forks First Bench. It's around 25 foot thick and has an average cross-plot porosity of 8%.
No further questions of the geologic witness.
Any questions from the staff?
Troy, on your G1, between 10, 11, and 14 and 15, that red stick, well stick that you have drawn there, looks like it goes to the north of the sections 10 and 11 boundary. I'm assuming you don't plan to drill past the edge of the spacing unit?
Yes, that is correct. The red dashed line between section 10 and 11 will be modified on the north to not enter sections 2 and 3.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Hale,
Yes.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Kelly, state your full name for the record, please.
Kelly Jean Hale,
And Kelly, by whom are you employed?
Savannah LLC,
In what capacity?
staff drilling engineer.
And you've testified before the commission previously?
Yes.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Kelly, let's go to the next exhibit in the packet, previously marked E1. Identify the exhibit and briefly discuss what's contained upon it.
Okay, again, these are the proposed spacing units. The blue is going to be 3 miles to the south, and the orangish color one will be a 2 mile lateral to the north. These are both proposed pocket wells.
Okay. Shared surface facilities likely for the drilling of these 2 wells?
Yes, they will be drilled with the infill development in those sections, and we'll share facilities with them. In fact, that's why we're changing the spacing to include the 3 mile to the south because of a DLM portion in section 22. So that would be pulling in the CA, so we wanted to share facilities with the other BLM locations.
Okay. Then let's go to E2. Tell us what that is.
This is a wellbore diagram, standard wellbore diagram for us. We will be setting a Dakota string in this area, so it is a 4-string design.
Okay. Frac stages anticipated both in the 2 miler and the 3 miler?
Yeah, so the 2 mile will be around 50, and the 3 mile will be in the 70 to 75 range.
Right. And then E3A?
These are the economics for the 2 mile lateral. As you can see, our ROI for a Bakken is about 2.64 and 2.22 for a 3/4, and the payout is 1.24 on a Bakken and 1.51 on the 3/4, both being ran at the February 2024 strip.
And E3B?
So this is the same economics. This is just for the 3 mile lateral, again ran at that February 2024 strip. ROI 2.78 Bakken and 2.29 on the 3/4. Payout 1.34 on the Bakken and 1.62 on the 3/4.
And Exhibit E4, is that a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of matters?
Yes, sir.
And Kelly, in your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect correlative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Examiner, all the questions I have offer each one of the exhibits that was identified by the 3 witnesses.
The exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Kelly, the application was for 2 wells per spacing unit. When you were discussing E1, you indicated 1 Middle Bakken target per, but you did provide economics for both the Bakken and Three Forks. What is the ultimate plan here? You're looking at 1 well per, or potential for 2?
Our intention right now is to drill the 1, but we wanted to apply for 2 just in the event. We do have spacing tests coming up that we could modify our development plan in this area.
So if you drill 1 well per spacing unit, is your intent to put them essentially right down the section lines?
Yes.
And how about if you're considering 2 wells, would you stack them right on the section line, or would you have them offset?
We would have them offset, and they would be in different formations. But no, they would not be stacked. They would be in that corridor part, the 250 feet.
But the 250-foot corridor, 500-foot corridor, 250 feet on either side of the spacing unit boundary would be acceptable
Yes,
for you?
sir. Yes, one on each side. Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Kelly, what are the odds that Savannah's gonna drill 2 section line wells?
Probably very low. It would most likely just be the way we have it depicted with the 1 Bakken.
Okay, thank you.
That concludes our hearing for case number 30742. Case number 30743, application of Savannah LLC for an order amending the field rules for the Brooklyn Bakken Pool and/or Epping Bakken Pool, Williams County, North Dakota, to create and establish 2 overlapping 25 60-acre spacing units comprised of sections 25, 26, 35, and 36, Township 155 North, Range 99 West, in sections 25 and 36, Township 155 North, Range 99 West, and sections 30 and 31, Township 155 North, Range 98 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 2 horizontal wells on or near the section line between the existing space units of said proposed overlapping 2560 acre spacing units and such other relief as appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, appearing in this matter, case 30743, on behalf of Savannah LLC. We intend on calling 3 witnesses in this matter. In the area of land, Ms. Hannah Potts, P-O-T-T-S, and then the geologic witness and the engineering witness will be the same witnesses as we called in the previous case, 30742.
Ms. Potts.
Hannah, are you there? Hello?
Can you hear us?
Now we can.
Okay. I'm here.
Ms. Potts, do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Hannah, state your full name for the record, please.
Sure. Hannah Colleen Potts,
And Hannah, by whom are you employed?
Savannah LLC,
In what capacity?
Associate Landman.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
I have not.
What I'd like you to do, Hannah, is briefly highlight for the commission staff your educational background and work experience.
Sure. I enrolled in Oklahoma City University in 2007 and graduated in 2011 with an arts management degree. I later enrolled in the University of Tulsa in 2014 and graduated in 2016 with a Master's of Jurisprudence in Energy Law. In 2011, I started working in oil and gas with Chesapeake Energy. I later took a job with Tallgrass Energy. A couple years later, I moved to World Energy Partners in 2014. I worked there until 2020 in their land department, and then took a job with Savannah LLC in 2020 and have been there ever since.
Okay. And in preparation for today's hearing, case 30743, Hannah, have you made a thorough study and review of all the relevant land matters concerning this request?
I have.
And have you prepared or had prepared under your control and supervision some exhibits you intend to sponsor?
Yes, I have.
And have you satisfied yourself as to the accuracy of those exhibits?
Yes.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Hannah, let's turn to the packet of exhibits for 30743. We can skip the cover page and go to what's been previously marked as L1. And what I'd like you to do is first identify L1, and then please briefly discuss what's contained on L1.
Exhibit L1 is a regional map showing Williams County and McKenzie County. The area of interest highlighted in red in Township 155 North, Range 99 West, Section 25 and 6, 35 and 36, and Township 155 North, Range 98 West, Section 30 and 31.
Okay, let's go on to the next exhibit, Hannah, which has been previously marked L2, as you did with exhibit L1. First identify the exhibit and then briefly discuss what's contained upon it.
Exhibit L2 is a land plot showing our existing 1280 spacing units in 155 North, Range 99 West, Sections 25 and 36. It shows Savannah with a working interest of 66.92%, and our existing 1280 in 155 North, 98 West, Sections 30 and 31, showing Continental with a working interest of 65.29%, and then in yellow, our proposed 2560 spacing unit with Savannah having a combined 33.45%, and Continental having a 64.5%. for 5%.
Okay, let's go to L3.
L3 is a land plot, again, in 155 North, Range 99 West, Section 25, 26, 35, and 36. Again, showing our proposed, or our existing 1280 spacing in 25 and 36, Savannah's working interest being 66.92%, and in 26 and 35, Savannah's working interest being 27.34% estimated, and then the combined proposed 2560 in yellow, is Savannah having a combined 47.13% working interest.
Now, Hannah, in each of your proposed 2560s, Savannah owns less than a majority interest. Will Savannah have communications with other working interest owners in the proposed 2560s to determine who should be the operator of any well on the 2560, a section line well on the 2560, and who should be that operator?
Yes, we will have communication with other working interest owners.
Okay. All the questions I have for the land witness, Mr. Examiner.
Any questions from the staff?
Hannah, this is Lynn Holmes. I'm looking at your Exhibit L3. You show the state of North Dakota having a working interest in this proposed spacing unit. That's highly unusual. What is the nature of that working interest?
I believe that the state of North Dakota had previously had leases that are now open for leasing, my understanding.
So it's unleased state acreage at this point?
Correct.
And so they would be an unleased mineral owner and end up with a working interest?
Yes.
Thank you.
Unless, of course, they lease between now, yeah.
Okay, the remainder of your witnesses are still under oath.
Okay, great, thank you, I appreciate that, Mr. Examiner. We'll move next to Troy Graham. Troy, let's go to Exhibit G1, and could you identify Exhibit G1 and briefly discuss what's contained upon it?
Yes, Exhibit G1 is a structure map. On the top of the Middle Bakken member, the contour interval is 20 feet. Structure map shows a gentle dip to the southeast of less than 1 degree. The yellow acreage that you see on the map indicates Savannah's operated position. We focus on the southeast corner of the structure map. Area of interest for the golden, the XE 2560 acre spacing unit covers sections 25 and 36 of 155 North, 99 West, and sections 30 and 31 of 155 North, 98 West, which are those far east sections. The area of interest for the golden XW 2560 acre spacing unit covers sections 25, 26, 35, and 36 of 155 North, 99 West. The small red box in the southwest northwest of section 26 is the location of the nearest vertical well and type log for the area.
Okay, let's go to that type log, Exhibit G2.
Exhibit G2 is type log of the nearest vertical well. It's located in the southwest northwest of section 26, 155 North to 99 West. It was drilled by Lat Petroleum in December of 1984. The Green Guard 126 was drilled to a depth of 14,500 in the Red River Formation, but the well was plugged as a dry hole with some gas shows. Moving on to the headers, gamma ray and caliper are in column 1. Shallow resistivity and deep resistivity are in column 2. And neutron porosity and density porosity are in column 3. The formations are described along the right side of the log, starting with Upper Bakken Shale, Middle Bakken Member, Lower Bakken Shale, Three Forks First Bench, down through the NISQ. Target intervals are depicted by the colored lines. The red is equal to the Middle Bakken. It's around 45 feet thick, with an average cross plot porosity of 7.5%. And the blue is equal to the first Three Forks bench. It's around 25 foot thick with an average cross plot porosity of 8%.
No further questions.
Any questions from the staff?
Troy, I apologize if I missed it, but on your exhibit G1, what is the significance of the highlighted spacing units?
Oh, that's just as the van operates acreage.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
You can call your next witness.
Okay, thank you, Kelly. Let's go to E1.
Okay, this is again, kind of showing our development plan here. The yellow is a post-spacing unit with the red dotted line being the proposed lease-line Bakken well to be.
Okay, and E2.
Again, same thing, just showing the proposed lease-line well on the west side.
All right, and E3.
Again, here is a standard wellbore diagram for us. This area, we will be testing the Dakota. We have this showing that we have a Dakota string in here, but our intention is to test the Dakota prior to the big rig getting on load, prior to us setting all the surfaces so that we don't set the wrong size surface.
And number of frac stages.
Again, in that 50 range with these 2 mile laterals.
Okay. And then E4.
E4 is our 2 mile lateral economics. For the Bakken, we're showing a 2.64 ROI and 2.22 on the Three Forks, and then the payout being 1.24 and 1.51. Again, ran with that February 2024 stretch.
And then E5, that's a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of matters. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And in your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, sir.
No further questions, Mr. Examiner. Offer the exhibits.
The exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Kelly, similar to the last case, your application here is for 2 wells, and you're presenting 1 well per spacing unit. Is your intent to primarily to drill the single well at this point?
Yes, it's the same as that last one we just covered. Pending those some of our spacing tests, but more than likely will just be the one Bakken well each side of the corridor.
And your
Not
intent?
each side, but each side of the sections.
Gotcha. And your intent, just I think you just mentioned it, but would be to target the middle Bakken for each of those wells at this
Yes.
time? Okay. Thank you.
Yes, and there will be we'll be infilling the section with a combination of Bakken and Three Forks that aren't depicted on here,
Okay.
all sharing a facility.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes our hearing for case number 30743. Case number 30744, application of Petro Shale US Inc. for an order amending the field rules for the Mandaree Bakken Pool, Dunn County, North Dakota, so as to create and establish an overlapping 640-acre spacing unit comprised of the east half of Section 10 and the west half of Section 11, Township 149 North, Range 93 West, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on or near the section line between existing spacing units of said proposed overlapping 640-acre spacing unit and such other relief. All interested parties, please come forward.
To turn off the music, press 1.
You didn't want music, did you? Do you want to just wait until we get the witnesses on before I introduce myself? Probably makes sense. Okay, I'll wait.
Dylan John.
Hey Dylan, Lawrence Bender, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. You got Kevin and Cody in the room with you?
I don't. I should be calling in.
Oh, okay. All right, that's right. You're in separate rooms, so just let me know when they're on.
You bet. Kevin Funk.
Is Cody on? I haven't heard him announce.
That sound like it. I'll ping him.
Good.
I probably should have taken a break. We've got a string of petro shale cases.
Yes, sir. I think he's just moving into it. He's here.
Oh, okay, so you still want to take a break, or do you want to, Mr. Examiner? I have no, if you want.
Looks like everyone's
Probably
kind of
about
up
the
and
right
about.
time.
Might as well take a 10-minute break.
Okay, we're going to take a 10-minute break, Kevin.
Okay.
All right, just stay on the line, though, if that's okay.
That's perfectly fine. We'll stay on the
Okay,
line.
thank you. Sorry, I should have probably requested that early on, so. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, no, I think that's a good idea.
Okay, we are back on the record. I've already called case number 30744. Lawrence, you can proceed. I said you can proceed. I've already called.
Okay,
case
thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, appearing case 30744 on behalf of PetroShale US Inc. And PetroShale intends on calling 3 witnesses in this matter. Mr. Kevin Funk will be offering some land testimony. Mr. Dylan Johns will be offering some geologic testimony. And Mr. Cody Carey will be offering some engineering testimony. Each of these witnesses will be appearing by telephone, and they are on the phone as we speak.
Mr. Funk,
Yes, sir.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Kevin, state your full name for the record, please.
Kevin Funk,
And Kevin, by whom are you employed?
PetroShale US Incorporated,
And in what capacity?
land manager.
And in that capacity, have you testified before this commission previously?
I have not.
What I would like you to do, Kevin, is briefly highlight for the examiner and the commission staff your educational background and work experience.
Sure. Educational background, I have a bachelor's in business administration from the University of Colorado. Began my land career in 2011 and have worked continuously since in a variety of roles for 3 different operators, starting as a junior landman at Bill Barrett Corporation, working into a senior landman role at Crescent Point, and now serving as land manager at PetroShale.
Okay. And in preparation for today's hearing, have you made a thorough study and review of all the relevant land matters concerning not only this application, but the other applications that PetroShale has on the docket here today?
Yes, I have.
And have you prepared or had prepared under your control and supervision certain exhibits you intend to sponsor?
Yes.
We'd offer the further testimony of this witness as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Okay, Kevin, I have distributed to the commission staff a packet of exhibits for case 30744. I assume you have a packet in front of you?
I do.
Okay, I'd like you to skip the cover page, skip the table of contents, and let's go to what's been previously marked as Exhibit L1. Please identify Exhibit L1 and then briefly discuss what's contained on that exhibit.
Sure. Exhibit L1 is a regional map depicting the Mandaree Bakken Pool field boundary located near the northern edge of Dunn County.
And then let's move to Exhibit L2. I'll have you identify L2 and then briefly discuss what's contained on that exhibit.
Yeah. Exhibit L2 is a zoomed-in map of the Mandaree Bakken Pool field boundary. Our operated leasehold within the proposed 640 acre lease line spacing unit is boxed in red, comprises of Township 149 North, Range 93 West, the east half of Section 10, and the west half of Section 11.
Okay, and then let's go to Exhibit L3. Tell us what that is.
Exhibit L3 is just ownership breakdown for the proposed drilling and spacing unit. The call-out box at the bottom of the exhibit describe individual tract working interests, with Enerplus owning 100% in Tract 1, and PetroShale, together with its non-op partner Energy Resources 12 Operating, respectively owning 92.07% and 7.93% in Tract 2. And then lastly, the blue table on the right-hand side of the exhibit lays out working interests of each party in the proposed lease line unit, with PetroShale owning a 46.04% working interest. We plan to work with Enerplus to determine operatorship of the proposed DSU.
Thank you. No further questions.
Any questions from the staff? Mr. Johns,
Hello.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Dylan, state your name for the record, please.
Dylan John.
And Dylan, by whom are you employed?
By Lucero Energy, which operates on the petro shale in the U.S.
And in what capacity?
Senior geologist.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
No.
What I'd like you to do, Dylan, as Kevin did, is briefly highlight for the commission staff your educational background and work experience.
Yeah, you bet. So I have a undergrad in geological engineering and a master's of science in applied geology, both from Queen's University in Kingston, Ontario, Canada. And I have approximately 12 years of professional experience, beginning in 2012. And those were through a number of Canadian operators, including CNRL, Torque Oil and Gas, Whitecap, and now Lucero Energy.
And in preparation for today's hearing, have you made a thorough study and review of all the relevant geologic matters with respect to the cases that are before the commission today?
I have.
And have you prepared certain exhibits you intend to sponsor?
Yeah.
Satisfied yourself as to the accuracy of those exhibits?
Yeah.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Okay, Dylan, let's go to the next exhibit in the packet. It's been previously marked as Exhibit G1. Can you tell me what G1 is?
Yeah, so G1 is the middle block structure map, and the contours are showing TBD subsea at a 25-foot contour interval. And what structure map depicts is a gentle dip to the west. And the two highlighted, we have two highlighted things on the map, one being the acreage in question, the section 11 from the previous exhibit, and then the type log from the 2-Pro 1-5 well.
Okay, let's go to the next exhibit, which I believe is that type log. Can you discuss what's contained on that exhibit previously marked as G2?
Yeah, so these are the raster logs from the 2-Pro 1-5 well, showing a density neutron log on the left and a resistivity log on the right. I've highlighted the formation coming down from the lodgepole through the Bakken Formation, Three Forks, and the Bird Bear, and also have highlighted our target interval, the Middle Bakken. And in this location, the Middle Bakken is approximately 43 feet in isotope and has an average porosity of 7%.
No further questions.
Any questions from the staff?
Dylan, I guess I'm going to ask that both G1 and G2 maybe be submitted digitally as supplementals. The labels on the contours on G1 are about impossible to read, and same with some of the depths on G2. So if you could just submit them digitally.
Yep.
Thank you.
Sure thing.
Mr. Carey,
Good morning.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Cody, state your name for the record, please.
Cody Carey,
And spell your last name, please.
E-A-R-E-Y.
And Cody, by whom are you employed?
Petroshale.
In what capacity?
I'm engineering manager.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
I have not.
Pardon me, didn't catch that.
I have not.
Okay. What I'd like you to do, Cody, is briefly discuss for us your educational background and work experience.
Okay. So I have an undergrad in petroleum engineering from the University of Regina. Graduated in 2008. I've spent the last 15 years working in various engineering roles with increasing responsibility, particularly working in the Wilson Basin. Currently working as the engineering manager at Petroshale, responsibilities pertaining to asset evaluations, reservoir development, and production engineering.
And in preparation for today's hearing, have you made a thorough study and review of all the relevant engineering matters concerning the request in 30744 as well as 47 and 48?
Yes, I have.
And have you prepared or had prepared under your control and supervision some exhibits you intend to sponsor?
Yes, I have.
And have you satisfied yourself as to the accuracy of those exhibits?
Yes, I have.
No further no further questions at this point in time. Offer the qualifications of this witness as that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Okay, Cody, let's go to the next exhibit in the packet. It's been previously marked as E1. Can you tell me what E1 is?
Yeah, you bet. So Exhibit E1 is a diagram that you see here that exhibits or it depicts the proposed overlapping spacing unit on the east half of Section 10 and the west half of Section 11. The dashed line you see represents the 1 mile Middle Bakken lease line location that we are proposing. The intent would be, if we were the operator, to drill this location from an existing surface pad in the northwest corner of Section 11 in order to minimize surface disturbance and improve our well economics.
Okay, and E2?
So E2 is a typical wellbore diagram for Bakken well drilled in the Mandrake Bakken pool. We plan to drill and cement 7-inch casing past the kickoff point and land in the Middle Bakken formation. Then we would drill and cement a 4-inch liner to TE. Completion for this 1 mile lateral will be plug and perf in 23 stages.
Okay, and E3?
So E3 shows a summary of the Middle Bakken reservoir properties for the area. So the Middle Bakken has a net pay thickness of 44 feet, porosity of 7%, oil saturation 70%, and our Middle Bakken original oil plates for the 640 spacing unit is 7.1 million barrels. Type well for this 1 mile lease line location has an expected ultimate recovery of 300,000 barrels of oil and 570 million cubic feet of gas. Well economics here were run at a flat $75 per barrel oil and $3.75 per MCF gas price deck. Economics as follows. We have an anticipated capital investment of $6.5 million, which will generate a net sales revenue of $17.7 million, resulting in severance tax paid of $1.7 million, operating expenses paid over the life of the well of $3.4 million, and this will provide us with a net operating income of $6 million at undiscounted rate of return on investment of 0.9.
And then let's turn to Exhibit E4. Is that a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of hearings?
Yes, it is.
And Cody, in your opinion, if the relief that's being requested by Petroshale in this matter is granted, will it prevent waste, protect correlative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, it will.
Mr. Examiner, no further questions. Offer the exhibits.
The exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? That concludes our hearing for case number 30744. Oh, no, actually, I'm sorry. Let me reopen.
Oh, yeah, we need to leave the record open.
We need to leave the record open.
Guess that was a request, I think, to Dylan. Dylan, how much time do you need to provide me with digital copies of those two documents that Mr. Suggs requested?
I can do it this morning.
Okay, we'll just leave the record open until tomorrow, if that's okay,
That's fine.
Mr. Examiner.
The record will remain open until tomorrow. Now that concludes our hearing for case number 30744. Case number 30447, application of PetroShell US Inc. for an order amending the fuel rules for the Eagle Nest Bakken Pool, Dunn County, North Dakota, so as to create and establish an overlapping 640-acre spacing unit comprised of the west half of Section 4 and the east half of Section 5, Township 148 North, Range 94 West, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on or near the section line between existing spacing units of said proposed overlapping 640-acre spacing unit and such other relief. All interested parties, please come forward.
Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, appearing this matter 30447 on behalf of PetroShell US Inc. We'll have the same three witnesses in this case as we had in the previous case.
And just a reminder, they're still in growth.
Okay, great. Kevin, let's go to the packet of exhibits as we did before. Skip the cover page and the table of contents and go to Exhibit L1. Identify and briefly describe what's contained on it.
Sure thing. Exhibit L1 is a regional map depicting the Eagle Nest Bakken Pool field boundary, which straddles the border between McKenzie and Dunn County.
Okay, and L2.
L2 is a zoomed-in map of the Eagle Nest Bakken Pool field boundary. Again, our operated leasehold within the field highlighted in yellow. And the proposed 640-acre lease line spacing unit that we're proposing is comprised of Township 148 North, Range 94 West, the west half of Section 4, and east half of Section 5.
And L3.
Exhibit L3 is just an ownership breakdown for the proposed drilling and spacing unit. Similar to the previous set of exhibits, the call-out box at the bottom describe individual tract working interests, with PetroShell owning 100% in Tract 1. There's an unknown. We do not know ownership in Tract 2, which is part of a 1,280-acre DSU and communitization agreement that's operated by Enerplus. And then, again, lastly, the blue table on the right-hand side of the exhibit lays out working interests attributable to each tract in the proposed lease line unit. With this case, due to the difference in gross acreage footprint between tracts 1 and 2, PetroShell would actually have a majority working interest in the proposed DSU by a narrow margin at 50.01%.
No further questions.
Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
Dylan, G1.
G1 shows a middle block structure map, again, in TBD sub 3 and a 25-foot contour interval. Again, this shows a gently dipping structure to the west. And if the contour labels on this map are not legible, I can submit this as well. The PetroShell acreage is highlighted in yellow, and the type log that the IA tail is highlighted with the red star.
Okay, let's go to G2.
G2 shows the type log of the raster log from the IA tail 1 and 7 well. Again, with neutron density on the left and the reactivity log on the right. And again, the formation highlighted from the lodgepole down through the Bakken formation, through the Three Forks formation, and you have the bird bear at the bottom. And the target zone, Middle Bakken, is highlighted here. In this area, the Middle Bakken is approximately 40 feet in thickness and has an average porosity of 7%.
And Dylan, can you provide to me so that I can subsequently file with the commission digital presentations of G1 and G2?
Yeah.
Okay. And so that I don't forget, Mr. Examiner, if we could leave the record open until tomorrow to submit those.
That's fine.
And that's all the questions I have for Mr. Johns.
Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
Okay. Cody, let's go to E1.
Okay, Exhibit E1 is a diagram that depicts the proposed overlap spacing unit on the east half of Section 5 and the west half of Section 4. The dashed line represents the 1 mile Middle Bakken lease line well that we are proposing. The intent here would be to drill this location from the same surface as the existing 2 wells in the east half of Section 5, but this would minimize surface disturbance and improve our well economics.
E2.
E2 shows a typical wellbore diagram for Bakken wells drilled in Eagle Nest Bakken pool. We plan to drill and cement 7-inch casing past the kickoff point, land in the Middle Bakken formation, and then we would follow that with drilling and cementing a 4-inch liner to TD. Similar to the last case, we would have a completion for this 1 mile lateral as plug and perf in 23 stages.
And E3.
So E3 is a summary Bakken reservoir properties for the area. So Middle Bakken net base thickness of 40 feet, porosity of 8%, oil saturation of 70%, and our Middle Bakken original oil place for the 640 spacing unit is 7.4 billion barrels. Type well for the 1 mile lease line location has an expected ultimate recovery of 300,000 barrels of oil and 570 million cubic feet of gas. Similarly, well economics were run at a flat $75 per barrel oil, $3.75 per MCF gas price deck. Economics as follows: capital investment $6.5 million, net sales revenue of $7.7 million, severance tax paid of $1.7 million, operating expenses over the life of the project with $3.4 million, and this would provide us with a net operating income of $6 million, undiscounted return on investment of 0.9.
Okay, and E4, is that a gas capture affidavit that's typically required in these sorts of matters?
Yes, it is.
And in your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, it will.
No further questions. Offer the exhibits.
The exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? Okay, as noted, the record will remain open until tomorrow. That concludes our hearing for case number 30447. Case number 30448, application of PetroShale US Inc. for an order amending the field rules for the Croft Bakken Pool and/or Bird Den Bakken Pool, Mackenzie County, North Dakota, so as to create and establish 3 overlapping 25 60-acre spacing units comprised of sections 11, 12, 13, 14, sections 13, 14, 23, and 24, Township 149 North, Range 96 West, and sections 24 and 25, Township 149 North, Range 96 West, and sections 19 and 30, Township 149 North, Range 95 West, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on or near the section line between existing spacing units of each proposed overlapping 25 60-acre spacing unit and such other relief. I will note that the request for the 2560 that includes sections 11, 12, 13, 14, Township 149 North, Range 96 West has been withdrawn from this application. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, appearing in this matter 30448 on behalf of PetroShale US Inc. We'll have the same 3 witnesses in this case as we had in the previous 2 cases.
And just a reminder, they're still under oath.
Okay, Kevin, let's, are you still there?
Still here.
Okay, L1.
Exhibit L1, again, is just a regional map depicting the Croft and Bear Den Bakken Pool field boundaries in eastern Mackenzie County.
L2.
L2 is a zoomed-in map of the Croft and Bear Den Bakken Pool field boundaries. Our operated leasehold again within those fields are highlighted in yellow. And the first proposed 1,280-acre lease line spacing unit that we'll go over is comprised of Township 149 North, Range 96 West, Sections 13, 14, 23, and 24.
Okay, and L3.
Exhibit L3 is a ownership breakdown for the proposed drilling and spacing unit and attributable tracts. The green table on the right-hand side of the exhibit outlines the working interest of all associated parties in Tract 1, and then ownership in Tract 2 and 3 are unknown, as both are part of 1,280 acre CAs and DSUs operated by XTO. And then finally, the gray table in the lower right-hand corner of the exhibit, that would outline the known working interest ownership within the proposed DSU. Again, we plan to work with XTO to determine operatorship of the proposed unit.
Okay, let's go to L4.
L4 is the same map of the crop and Bearden field boundaries. Again, our operated leasehold within the fields highlighted in yellow. The second proposed 1,280 acre or 2560 acre lease line unit is comprised of Township 149 North, Range 96 West, Section 2536, and then Township 149 North, Range 95 West, Section 30 and 31.
Okay, and L5.
Exhibit L5 is tract and ownership breakdown for the proposed drilling and spacing unit. Again, the green table on the right of the exhibit outlines the working interest of all associated parties in tract 1. The orange table describes ownership in tract 2. And then finally, ownership in tract 3 is unknown as it's part of the same 1,280 acre CA in the previously mentioned DSU operated by XTO. Gray table in the lower right-hand corner, similar to the previous exhibit, that outlines known working interests within the proposed DSU, and again, we plan to work with XTO to determine operatorship of the proposed unit.
No further questions.
Any questions from the staff? You can proceed, Lawrence.
Dylan, G1.
Yeah. So G1 shows another middle blocking structure map with a TDD feet of feet with another contour interval of 25 feet. And the structure in this area shows the southern extent of the Nesson anticline with the DSU in question pretty much cresting the anticline. Those are highlighted in yellow, and that's the type log well highlighted in the red.
Okay, G2.
The G2 shows the faster log from the type well, again with neutron density log on the left and lucidity log on the right, and the formation highlighted coming down to the top geological Bakken formation down through Three Forks and then third there. And the middle Bakken target zone is highlighted. In this area, middle Bakken is approximately 36 feet thick, with an average porosity of 8%.
And Dylan, can you send me digital versions of exhibits G1 and G2 by tomorrow as well?
Yeah.
Okay. And no further questions of this witness.
Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
Okay, Cody, E1, can you discuss what's contained on that exhibit very briefly?
Yes, so the diagram you see here, similar to the last two cases, depicts the proposed 2560 overlapping spacing unit, which includes sections 13, 14, 23, and 24 in Township 149 West, or 149 North, Range 96 West. The dashed line represents the 2-mile Middle Bakken lease line well that we are proposing. Surface location options are still being contemplated for this location at this time, but consideration will be given to minimizing surface disturbance and also enhancing project economics.
Okay, E2, once again briefly.
Similar to the last exhibit, this just depicts the proposed 2560 acre overlapping spacing unit. And again, the dashed line represents the 2-mile Middle Bakken lease line well that we're proposing. The intent here would be to drill this location from an existing surface on the south half of section 19.
And E3.
E3 shows a summary of the Middle Bakken reservoir property. Same for both proposed locations. Middle Bakken net pay thickness here is 38 8%. This gives them original oil in place for the 2560 spacing unit in the middle block at 24.6 million barrels. And tight well for the 2-mile lease line locations has an expected ultimate recovery of 430,000 barrels of oil and 1.7 BCF gas. Similar to the last two cases, economics will run at $75 per barrel oil and $3.75 per MCF flat price deck. Gas or capital investment for the projects here, $8 million per location, net sales revenue of $28.2 million, service tax paid of $2.6 million, operating expense paid over the life of the project of $4 million, and this will generate a net operating income of $13.5 million and an undiscounted return on our investment of 1.7.
Cody, did you discuss E3, the wellbore diagram? I think if you did, I missed it.
Oh, sorry, I jumped ahead. I apologize.
No, not a problem. Why don't you just go into that right away? So.
Yep, so E3 showed typical wellbore diagram, Bakken well drilled with trough and bare dent Bakken pool. We plan to drill and cement the 7-inch casing past kickoff and land in the middle Bakken. Then we would drill and cement a 4-inch liner to TD. Completion for the 2-mile lateral will be plug and perf in 46 stages.
All right, and then Exhibit E5, that's a gas capture affidavit that's typically required in these sorts of matters, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And in your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, it will.
No further questions. Offer the exhibits.
The exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? Okay, the record will remain open until tomorrow. That concludes our hearing for case number 30448. Case number 30745, application of Prima Exploration, Inc. for an order for the Smoky Butte Bakken Pool, Divide County, North Dakota, to create and establish 2 overlapping 1920-acre spacing units comprised of sections 3, 10, and 15, and sections 22, 27, and 34, Township 160 North, Range 100 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 3 wells on each proposed overlapping 1920-acre spacing unit, and such further relief as appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, North Dakota. And I am appearing in case 30745 on behalf of Prima Exploration, Inc. Prima intends to call 2 witnesses in this matter by telephone. Mr. Ron Solt, S-O-L-T, will be offering some land testimony. And Mr. David Rhodes, who is an engineer, is going to be offering some expert testimony in the area of engineering and then some factual testimony as to geology. And they should be calling in here shortly. Hello.
Hey, Lawrence, it's Ron and David.
Okay. All right. The caption has been read. I've made my appearance, and I think we're ready to start.
Mr. Schultz. Mr. Schultz? Okay, sorry.
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Ron, please state your name for the record.
Sure. First name is Ron, R-O-N. Last name Solt, S-O-L-T.
And Ron, by whom are you employed?
Prima Exploration.
In what capacity?
Land manager.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
I have.
You've had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Ron, let's turn to the packet of exhibits for this case, 30745, and let's skip the cover page, and I'm going to have you turn to what's been previously marked as Exhibit L1. And what I'd like you to do is identify that exhibit and then briefly discuss what's contained upon it.
Yeah, L1 is the general locator map showing the two proposed 19-20 acre spacing units within the Smoky Butte, Bakken Pool, and Divide County.
Okay, and then let's go to L2.
L2 is showing the 1,273 acre unit in section 3 and 10 that Prima currently operates the state 3-10-1H well.
All right, and what's Prima's interest in this spacing unit?
Yeah, Prima owns 86.63% of that spacing unit.
Okay, and then L3?
L3 is representing the spacing unit in section 15 and 22. Prima operated Amundsen 22-15 well, where Prima has a little over, has a 90.21% working interest.
And L4?
L4 is the spacing unit comprised of sections 27 and 34, which is the Sorensen 27-34 well that Prima operates. Prima has a 96.08% working interest in this unit.
Okay, now let's turn to the next exhibit, Exhibit L5. Tell us what that is.
L5 is the proposed 1,920 acre unit made up of sections 3, 10, and 15, of which Prima has 87% working interest in that unit.
And L6?
L6 is the second proposed 1920 made up of sections 22, 27, and 34, where Prima has a 70% working interest.
No further questions of the land witness.
Questions from the staff?
Ron, on your exhibit L5, up in section 3, you have that stippled area and you have an outline in the south half of section 3 and nothing outlined in the north half of section 3. Is that all one lease, or what is that stippling trying to show us?
Sure, yeah. So that is in section 3, that kind of stippled area, the stippled area just south, just in the north half, the south half, that is a federal lease. It is leased. And then the surface is the Fish and Wildlife Service. The stippling in kind of the south, in the north, the southwest of the northeast, that, again, the surface is Fish and Wildlife. The minerals are not federal there. And then the box, the kind of darker box there to the west of the stippling in the north half, that's a federal lease as well. So there's two federal tracts. Both of them are leased.
So all the federal tracts are leased?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Rhodes,
Yes,
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
David, full name for the record, please.
Oh, it's David Rhodes, David Rhodes.
And David, by whom are you employed?
Prima Exploration.
In what capacity?
I'm the Vice President of Exploitation.
Okay, and you're an engineer by education and training, is that correct?
Yes, I have a degree from the Colorado School of Mines in Petroleum Engineering.
Okay, and you've never testified before the commission previously, is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, in addition to your educational background, which you've just provided, can you tell us a little bit about your work experience?
Yes, I have 17 years of experience as a petroleum engineer. Primary function throughout that time has been reservoir engineering
I've worked closely with geologists in that regard for over 10 years. My current functions are reservoir engineering and managing our drilling and completions programs.
Okay. And in preparation for today's hearing, you've prepared, and in some cases had prepared for you, certain exhibits you intend to sponsor. Is that correct?
I have prepared all of the exhibits myself.
Okay. And have you satisfied yourself as to the accuracy of those exhibits?
I have.
Mr. Examiner, offer the further testimony of this witness as that of an expert with respect to engineering matters, but he will be offering some factual testimony with respect to geology.
Motion granted.
David, let's turn to the next exhibit in the packet, which is a geologic exhibit. Can you just briefly discuss what's contained on that exhibit and how it's relevant to today's hearing?
Yes, this is a subsea structure map on the top of the Upper Bakken Shale over the Smoky Butte Bakken Pool area and surrounding areas, and it shows a gradual 1.1 degree north to south dip across the subject lands.
Okay, and then the next exhibit, once again, a geologic exhibit, if you can just provide us with a little factual information as to what this exhibit shows.
Yep, this is the log through the Bakken Pool of the Mork 17-1 well, which is located in section 17 of Township 160 North, 99 West, so about 4 miles due east of these applications. It highlights the target formation, which is the Middle Bakken, which comes in at, on this well, a measured depth of 8,955 feet, 52 feet in total thickness, with an average porosity of 6% and an average water saturation of 38%.
All right, let's continue now, and now we're getting into some engineering exhibits, so offer opinions as you see fit, but let's turn to Exhibit E1. Tell us what E1 is.
E1 is a proposed directional plot for the two proposed 1920 acre units. We are hoping to have a surface location in the southeast quarter of section 15, from which we would drill all 4 wells, with the 500-foot east-west setbacks and the 150-foot heel-toe setbacks. The red lines are existing Three Forks wells, which we operate. The green line is an existing Bakken well, which we operate, and all these proposals would be for the Middle Bakken as the target zone.
So if I could summarize this exhibit, it appears what Prima's planning on doing is moving from a development pattern of 1280s to 1920s. Is that a fair statement?
That is correct.
Okay, let's go on to E2.
Okay. This is a wellbore diagram for our typical completions. We drill into the inland in the Middle Bakken and then set 7-inch casing through that point, then drill our lateral and run 4.5-inch liner through the lateral. Our total lateral foot for this would be around 15,300 feet, and we would complete it with 90 stages of plug and perf.
Okay, and E3.
E3 is a summary of the reservoir and economics. The total thickness is 52 feet, average porosity is 6%, water saturation of 38%. The oil in place for each 1920 acre unit is 24 million barrels. The ultimate recovery per well is projected as 664,000 barrels of oil, which gives per well 2.8% recovery. The ultimate oil, again, is 664,000 barrels. The ultimate gas is 1.2 BCF for an ultimate BOE recovery of 867,000 BOE. For the economics, we ran it at $70 per barrel flat, $2 per MCF flat, with a drilling cost of $12.25 million, a fixed operating cost of $5,000 per month, and a variable operating cost of $4.50 per barrel of water. That gives us a rate of return of 24%, a return on investment of 1.74, and a payout of just under 2.5 years.
And the next exhibit, I don't know if it has a number. Perhaps we can just have it marked as Exhibit E4, is that a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of matters?
It is.
And in your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
No further questions. Offer the exhibits.
The exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
The caption advertised for 3 wells per 1920. Your E1, you're proposing 2 wells per 1920 at this time. Is it your intent to only drill the 2?
Our intention is to drill the 2 and see how those do in regards to if they impact the existing wells or not. And then after that time, come back and infill if necessary.
So you do want the approval for the 3rd well in the 1920, should it be deemed necessary?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
David, this is Mark Bohr. If you want 3 wells per spacing unit, you're gonna have to show us 3 wells per spacing unit. So if you want the 3 wells, you can supplement the record with another exhibit showing where those wells will be located.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
That concludes our hearing for case number 30745.
Lawrence, do you want to leave the record open for?
Yeah, I'm
Short
sorry. I absolutely probably should give us a little bit more time on that one. I don't know that this is urgent at all, but what's the next Friday? Is that the
29?
29th?
Oh, that's Good Friday.
Pardon me?
Good Friday.
Oh, okay. You guys are closed, right?
I believe so.
Let's do it next Thursday then.
28th.
Yep.
Okay, we will leave the record open until March 28th. And that concludes our hearing for case number 30745.
Thanks, y'all. Appreciate it.
Case number 30746, application of Hunt Oil Company for an order for the Alexandria Bakken Pool, Divide County, North Dakota, to create and establish 2 overlapping 1920-acre spacing units comprised of sections 5, 8, and 17, and sections 23, 26, and 35,
Number, exhibit?
Township 161 North, Range 100 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 2 wells on each proposed overlapping 1920-acre spacing unit, and such further relief as appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, appearing case 30746 on behalf of Hunt Oil Company. Hunt plans on calling 3 witnesses in this matter. Mr. Matt Bodley will be offering some land testimony. Matt is present with us in the hearing room. And Mr. Jason Powell will be offering some geologic testimony. And then finally, Mr. Zach, is it Goff? Am I pronouncing? Mr. Zach Goff will be offering some engineering testimony. And as I indicated, Mr. Bodley's in the room with us. The other 2 witnesses should be calling in shortly.
Okay.
Oh, here they are. Jason, are you there?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have Zach with you?
Yes.
Okay, great. We're ready to start.
Okay. Mr. Bodley, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Okay.
Matt, please state your full name for the record.
Matt Bodley,
And Matt, by whom are you employed?
Hunt Oil Company,
In what capacity?
Regional Land Manager.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes, sir.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes, sir.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Matt, let's turn to the packet of exhibits for this case, which has been, well, it's case number 30746. And let's skip the cover page and go to Exhibit 1. And I'd like you to identify Exhibit 1 and then just very briefly discuss what's contained on this exhibit.
Exhibit 1 is a regional location map showing Alexandria Field and Divide County.
Okay, and then let's go to Exhibit 2.
Exhibit 2 shows our proposed 1920-acre spacing units in Alexandria Field with our working interest in existing 1280 units and working interest in proposed 1920s. I will point out there's a typo on these, and I apologize for that. It says on the call-outs, HOC working interest in proposed 2560s. Those should say in proposed 1920. But our working interest in the western 1920 would be 91.14%, and in the eastern 1920, 80.04%.
Okay. That's all the questions I have for the land witness.
Any questions from the staff?
Matt, does, let's see, Hunt operates the split spacing units. So what are your plans for the other half of those spacing units?
So, if I'm understanding your question correctly, on the
Sections 14 and 23 and 17 and 20, we're splitting those in half.
Yes, sir.
And you're apparently not going to show us anything on how that other half is going to be developed.
Yeah, so on that specific spacing unit, the plan would be to develop 14, 11, and 2 as a 3-mile lateral that would take cooperation with the offset operator who operates sections 2 and 11, who we have contacted. And to the west, section 20, 29 and 32 would be drilled as a 3-mile lateral. Hunt operates those units, and that would be our plan, would to be drill 3-mile laterals there. We did look at shifting down, so you're not, I guess in any case, we'd be splitting up a unit, but where we have the offset operator in 2 and 11, we looked at shifting down, but at that point you get off pattern and start crossing township lines. So this scenario here is what we came up with to stay on pattern, keep everything within the township.
Yeah, to the south you have a correction line.
Yes, sir.
So that kind of boxes you in there.
Yep.
The establishment of a 1920, as you have proposed here, is likely not to be approved by the commission until we know what's going to happen to those other lands. So is Hunt in the position to make application for a hearing for those other ones? I see sections 2 and 11 are operated by Petro Hunt. And have you had serious discussions with them about a 1920?
We've had discussions on some sort of arrangement where Hunt operates 2 and 11 and would then have the ability to drill 3-mile laterals there. Those discussions are ongoing, so I couldn't give any feedback on the chance of success of that happening, but the discussions have commenced.
What's your timing for drilling the wells you're proposing today?
Let's see. Let's say this summer. Like they're on our schedule, coming up fairly quickly on us.
I will forewarn you that this approving it as it's proposed is, in my opinion, is not very likely without knowing what's going to happen to those other lands.
Mr. Examiner and Mark, I guess I'm a little confused. I mean, I could understand if we were asking for 1920s that were off pattern, that you would want to know how the other lands are going to be developed. But in both cases, we're asking for 1920s that are on pattern. So I just don't understand the request for additional information.
So if this application is granted,
Yes.
how is we'll just use section 14, how is section 14 going to be further developed?
I assume with another 3-mile lateral, 2, 11, and 14, because we're on pattern.
You can assume that, but if you can't work out a deal with Petro Hunt, then how is it going to get developed?
So Petro Hunt has veto power, even though we're on pattern?
If you want to call it that, we will also have to look out for the interest in section 14. There are also mineral owners in that section. And if we establish 23, 26, and 35 as a 1920, nothing can be worked out with Petro Hunt, then you stranded section 14 as a 640.
Well, I guess I just don't understand the, like I said, I could understand if we were not requesting on pattern 1920s, but because we're requesting on pattern 1920s, it seems to me that the issue with section 14 is not an issue. And if that's the case, if operators come in and start asking for 1280s and they're on pattern, are we going to have to figure out what's going on with the spacing units above the 1280 and the 1280 that we're requesting?
I guess I'm not quite following what you're getting at there, but I mean, quite simply, how is section 14 ever going to be developed if this application is granted and you can't work out something with Petro Hunt?
Well, I won't argue with you about it. To me, it just doesn't make sense when we're talking about being on pattern that the operator of the interests in 2 and 11 and 14, is in a position where if they want to develop those lands, they should develop them on pattern as well.
I agree that, 1920s is probably what's going to be developed up here in a lot of cases. But in this situation, I don't know how we can ignore section 14.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate your time.
Is there a scenario where we could downspace 1423, 2 and 11 to the existing number of wells where no further development could take place in those units until we either have something worked out or decide that 15,000 footers is not the way to go? We're calling these pilot wells. They're our first 15,000 footers in this neck of the woods. So there is a scenario where we're only proposing 2 wells on the east half of 14 and 23. If for whatever reason 15,000 footers don't seem to work, we would have the west half of 14 and 23 to develop as 10,000 footers. If they do, and we downspace to the existing number of wells, 14, 2, and 11, that would at least provide some assurances that 2 and 11 don't get developed without 14, and we would continue working with Petro Hunt. Just a scenario I'm thinking where we could try to find a solution to continue moving forward because of our timing. On the west side, because Hunt operates 20, 29, and 32, if you wanted to see a development plan where Hunt is drilling 3-mile laterals to the north in 17, 8, and 5 as we've proposed, as well as to the south, if that would help approval in a timely manner that we're seeking, we'd be happy to submit that as a supplemental exhibit if that would be of any help.
That certainly would. In either one of your scenarios, I would suggest you submit that as a supplemental exhibit, and we'll take that under advisement.
Okay.
And Mr. Examiner, and once again, Mark, to avoid any kind of delay, I know you initially suggested perhaps we come back and indicate what we're going to do with 2, 11, and 14, and then also 20, 29, and 32, I guess, as well. If we can resolve that issue with a letter from the operator, you're okay with that approach rather than making another application?
Well, I would assume that Hunt can very easily dictate what's going to happen at 20, 29, and 32. Obviously, they can submit something to that effect, that you have firm plans. I don't know, they could be, I don't know about the timing of them, that you plan to develop it that way. And then 2, 11, and 14, you could explain as you have about downspacing those, and that the goal is to get those developed as a 1920, and we'll take that under advisement.
And please understand, Mr. Boer, I'm trying to argue with you. I just want to understand.
Sure.
This is something new for me, so I appreciate you taking the time to do that.
Yeah, I mean, when you're going from one size spacing unit to another in lands that all have, in this case, they all have at least one well in them, when you start splitting things in two again, now we're changing spacing, and we have to be cognizant of the fact that if you split a spacing unit in half and the other half never gets drilled, somebody might not be very happy.
Yeah, but you're going to have a lot of this in those situations where
So-
townships have been developed pattern 1280s and now go to pattern 1920s. So,
Correct, and so what we're hoping that operators have talked or thought amongst themselves or talked with other operators and say, you know what, we know the commission is going to want to know what's going to happen here, so we should get that worked out before we come in for hearing.
Okay.
Thank you.
is that helpful? Not really.
Yeah, I think we have a path forward and something that we can submit as a supplemental to at least keep things moving.
Anything further from the staff? Mr. Powell?
Yes, sir.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do, yes.
Jason, state your name for the record, please.
Jason Powell,
And Jason, by whom are you employed?
Hunt Oil Company,
What capacity?
senior geologist.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
I have not.
What I'd like you to do is briefly highlight for the examiner your educational background and work experience.
Yes. I got a Bachelor of Science in Geology from Middle Tennessee State University in 2003, and then a Master of Science in Geology from Southern Illinois University in 2005, and then began working in the industry for XTO Energy in 2005, and have worked for Encana, Comstock, and Samson Resources before joining Hunt.
And in preparation for today's hearing, have you made a thorough study and review of all the relevant geologic matters concerning this request?
I have.
Prepared some exhibits you intend to sponsor?
Yes.
Satisfied yourself as the accuracy of those exhibits?
Yes.
Offer the further testimony, this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Jason, let's go to the next exhibit, Exhibit 3. Can you briefly describe what's contained on Exhibit 3?
Yes, so Exhibit 3 is a subsea structure contour map on the top of the Bakken Formation. Those are 50-foot contours, and this covers the area of the Alexandria Field. The blue box outlines on the map show different field areas. The red or pink boxes highlight the spacing units that we are proposing. The red circle is where our pipe log is located, and then the well sticks that are in blue are Middle Bakken horizontal wells, and the well sticks in red are Three Forks horizontal wells.
Okay, let's go to Exhibit 4.
All right.
Just have you discuss what's contained on 4?
Yes. So Exhibit 4 shows our pipe log for the area. In Track 1 is gamma ray. Track 2 contains both the density and neutron porosity curves. Track 3 is resistivity. In gray shaded areas are the upper and lower Bakken shale. And then in the yellow shaded areas, they highlight the middle Bakken and the upper Three Forks kind of target intervals. And also on the cross section, in the black dash line, those are the representation of the Alexandria Bakken pool, which is defined as 50 feet above the top of the Bakken Formation to 100 feet below the top of the Three Forks Formation.
No further questions.
Any questions from the staff? Mr. Goff,
Yes, I'm here.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Zach, state your full name for the record, please.
Zachary Goff,
And Zach, by whom are you employed?
Hunt Oil Company,
What capacity?
reservoir engineer.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
No, I've not.
What I'd like you to do is briefly highlight your educational background and work experience.
So I received a Bachelor of Science in Petroleum Engineering from Texas A&M University in 2018. Came to work for Hunt Oil Company as a production engineer. Went and got my Master's of Finance from Southern Methodist University in 2021, and worked for a year as a reservoir engineering analyst for Dietrich Energy Advisors. Returned to Hunt as a reservoir engineer, which I've been employed in that role for a little over a year and a half now.
And in preparation for today's hearing, you've made a thorough study. Have you made a thorough study and review of all the relevant engineering matters concerning the request that has been docketed as case number 30746?
Yes.
And have you prepared or have prepared under your control and supervision exhibits you intend to sponsor?
Yes.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Let's go to the next exhibit, Zach, Exhibit 5. Tell me what that is.
Yes, this is a proposed development for the overlapping 1928 units in Alexandria Field, relevant to this case. And essentially what's shown here is similar to the other figure in prior exhibit. And the dashed line are the proposed 1920 acre space units. In the blue line outlines are the existing 1280 acre units. The black colored wells are existing Hunt Oil Company operated wells, and the dashed green lines are the proposed drill wells for these 1920 acre units.
Okay, and the next Exhibit 6.
Yeah, so Exhibit 6 is a typical Bakken wellbore schematic, indicative of the sort of well that we would drill here for 15,000 footer.
Okay, and Exhibit 7.
Yeah, so Exhibit 7 is typical reservoir properties for the Middle Bakken in this field area. Note that we're looking to target the Middle Bakken zone in this 1920 acre spacing unit. Roughly 60 feet of net pay, 6.7% porosity, 49% water saturation, looking at about 21.8 million barrels in place per section. Looking at around a 500,000 barrel recovery per well, which leads to roughly a 2.3% recovery factor. Average investment is just under $10 million per well, with a PV10 of $3.6 million, yielding a 30% rate of return for these 15,000 footers.
Okay, and then Exhibit 8, is that a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of matters?
Yes.
And in your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
No further questions, Mr. Examiner. Offer the exhibits and request the record remain open until next week, Thursday, which I think you said was the 28th, to submit the supplemental information. In the event we cannot assemble that information by next Thursday, we'll just request an extension of that time.
Okay, the record will remain open till March 28th, and the exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Zach, on Exhibit E, or Exhibit 5, do you have an estimated pad location for each spacing unit?
We do. That's not represented on this map, however.
And where would those be?
Zach, I can.
It would be, oh, Matt?
Yeah, if you don't mind, I can take that as working with the surface is fairly challenged in this area. So we are limited on where we can put a pad location. On the eastern pad, the surface location would be in the northeast quarter of 23, on lease in this case. The western pad, we have initially looked at the southeast of 17. After further review and taking a field trip out there, that looks a little challenged, so we were probably going to have to move it somewhere toward the southwest quarter of 17. That one we're still working through, but we feel comfortable with what we have on the eastern locations.
But you are planning to try to stick with section 17 for that pad location?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Therefore, if you decide to go down to 20, 29, and 32, you can utilize the same location in Field North-South?
That would be ideal.
Okay. And then I would assume you plan to batch drill the 2 wells in each section?
That's correct.
Okay. And then Zach, on Exhibit 7, what was the price deck that you used? You state that you used the marketing strip, but what was the actual prices?
That would be in the low $60 gross price for WTI front month whenever these wells come on, if I'm not mistaken. I don't have the deck in front of me right now.
Okay, thanks.
Zach, this is Lynn Helms. It looks like this whole area is HBP with 2 mile 1280 wells, but they're all 10 or 11 years old. Have you looked at the economics of developing your acreage on 1280s with 2 mile laterals?
Correct, we have. That's in part why we're looking to pilot the 15,000 foot well development.
Could you help us with our decision by submitting those economics? I suspect that they're not very prospective.
We can absolutely submit that as supplemental.
So what you're looking at here is a pilot program to test 3 mile laterals in this area?
Correct. Is there anything special about the 2 1920s that you've proposed in terms of infrastructure or anything like that? Correct. So we have SWDs located proximal to the easternmost 1920. That would be section 23, 26, 35. So we have water disposal takeaway infrastructure over there. Additionally, we have gathering lines proximal to the surface location for the western unit as well.
Why is that significant?
These wells produce impactful amounts of water, and our water disposal rates are material to our economics for our well field.
Thank you.
Lawrence, is the 28th long enough to get the additional supplement?
I think it should, and once again, if we can't, I'll request an extension, but I think we can get it done in that period of time.
Okay, we'll stick with the record remaining open until March 28th
Yes,
then.
thank you, Mr. Examiner.
Okay. And that concludes our hearing for case number 30746.
We should probably think of maybe a phone call till next week. I assume you're not going to be back.
Case number 30747, application of Continental Resources, Inc. for an order amending the field rules for the Crazy Man Creek, Bakken Pool, Williams County, North Dakota, so as to create and establish an overlapping 2560 acre spacing unit comprised of sections 19, 20, 29, and 30, Township 153 North, Range 99 West, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on or near the section line between the existing spacing units of said proposed overlapping 2560 acre spacing unit, and such further relief is appropriate. This case has been continued to our April hearings. That concludes the hearing for case number 30747. Case number 30748, application of Continental Resources, Inc. for an order amending the field rules for the Alexander Bakken Pool, Patent Gate Bakken Pool, and/or Spring Creek Bakken Pool, Mackenzie County, North Dakota, so as to create and establish two overlapping 2560-acre spacing units comprised of sections 25 and 36, Township 151 North, Range 101 West, and sections 30 and 31, Township 151 North, Range 100 West, and sections 29, 30, 31, and 32, Township 151 North, Range 100 West, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on or near the section line between the existing spacing units of each proposed overlapping 2560-acre spacing unit and such further relief as appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in case 30748 on behalf of Continental Resources, Inc. Continental intends to call 3 witnesses in this matter. Ms. Amanda Arns will be offering some land testimony. Mr. Mike Bauer will be offering some geologic testimony, and Mr. Bray Brownrigg will be offering some engineering testimony. All the Continental witnesses appearing today will appear by telephone.
Okay. Ms. Arns,
Yes,
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Good morning, Amanda. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. It's good to be back.
Yes,
Could you state your full name for the record, please?
it is Amanda Arns,
And Amanda, by whom are you employed?
Continental Resources,
In what capacity?
as a landman.
And in that capacity, have you testified previously?
Yes,
And had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
yes.
For the further testimony, this witness is that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Amanda, let's turn to Exhibit L1. Can you tell me what Exhibit L1 is?
Yes, Exhibit L1 is a general locator map. Outlined in black and highlighted in yellow is Continental's proposed 2560-acre spacing unit comprised of sections 25 and 36, Township 151 North, Range 101 West, and sections 30 and 31, Township 151 North, Range 100 West. Also highlighted in yellow, but outlined in red, is Continental's proposed 2560-acre spacing unit comprised of sections 29, 30, 31, and 32, Township 151 North, and Range 100 West.
Okay, and let's go to the next exhibit then, L2. You want to tell us what L2 is?
Yeah, Exhibit L2 is a land plat showing a 1,280-acre spacing unit comprised of sections 25 and 36, along with the ownership in this unit. Continental does not own a working interest in this unit.
Okay, and then L3.
Exhibit L3 is a land plat showing Continental's 1,280-acre spacing unit comprised of sections 30 and 31, along with the ownership in this unit. Continental working interest is 72.88% in this unit.
And then let's go to L4.
Exhibit L4 is Continental's proposed 2560-acre spacing unit comprised of sections 25 and 36 and sections 30 and 31, along with ownership in this proposed unit.
All right, and then let's move to the next exhibit, L5. Tell us what L5 is.
Okay, Exhibit L5 is a land plat showing Continental's 1,280-acre spacing unit comprised of sections 29 and 32, along with the ownership in this unit.
Okay, and L6.
And Exhibit L6 is a land plat showing Continental's proposed 2560-acre spacing unit comprised of sections 29, 30, 31, and 32, along with the ownership in this unit.
And in that one situation that you described, Amanda, where Continental Resources has less than a majority interest, will Continental have communications with the other working interest owners to determine who should be the operator of that proposed 2560?
Yes, we have been in contact with Murex, and we will work with them to determine ownership or operatorship.
Okay. No further questions of the land witness.
Any questions from the staff? Mr. Bauer,
Yes, sir.
you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Mike, state your name for the record.
Full name Michael Bauer,
And Mike, by whom are you employed?
Continental Resources,
In what, in what capacity?
Senior Operations Geologist.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
I have.
Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes, sir.
For the further testimony of this witness, that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Okay, Michael, let's go to the next exhibit in the packet, G1. Identify G1 and then just very briefly discuss what's contained upon it.
Okay. Yes, Exhibit G1, the general locator map showing our proposal units there. Also on the map in green are 50-foot contours and subsea depth to the top of the Bakken Formation. And also on this exhibit is highlighted with the red star is our nearest type log well.
Okay, let's go to that type log G2, and why don't you briefly describe what's contained on exhibit E2, or excuse me, G2.
G2 is the type log showing gamma ray on the left track, resistivity in the center, and porosity on the right. It is extending from the lower lodgepole down into the bird bear. The black box on the left is the Bakken pool for the Patton Gate field, which extends 50 feet above the Bakken Formation to the top of the bird bear.
Okay. No further questions.
Any questions from the staff? Mr. Browning?
Yes.
Brownrigg, sorry, I apologize. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Bray, state your full name for the record, please.
Ray Brownrigg,
And Bray, by whom are you employed?
Continental Resources,
In what capacity?
as a senior engineer for resource development.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes.
And you've had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
Offer the further testimony of this witness, that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Bray, let's turn to the next exhibit in the packet, E1. Tell me what that is.
Exhibit E1 is the proposed directional well plot for two 2560 acre spacing units. The dark green dashed lines show the proposed Middle Bakken wellbore. The solid green line shows existing Middle Bakken wellbores, and the solid pink line shows an existing Three Fork lateral. The yellow box shows our 7-inch casing point, with the red diamond being bottom hole location, and the blue boxes show service locations for these multi-well pads from which these wells will be drilled.
Okay, and then E2.
Exhibit E2 shows our typical Middle Bakken well bore diagram. This lateral will be TD at an estimated 21,000 feet. This is a typical 2-mile lateral for us, and pretty standard.
And how many frac stages are you thinking for a 2-mile lateral?
With this cemented lateral, we're looking at 45 plug-and-perf stages.
Okay, and then let's go to E3.
Exhibit E3 shows the reserves and economics for one of the proposed Middle Bakken wells. This is should come on at an initial rate of 880 barrels of oil per day. Our estimated ultimate recovery of oil is 415,000 barrels of oil. Estimated EUR for gas is 16 million cubic feet, and the BOE EUR is 651,000 BOE. These gross economics are ran at a flat $60 oil and $3 MCF, with a gross drilling cost of $4.8 million. We expect a rate of return of 40%.
Okay, and in terms of reservoir characteristics, that information is contained on G2, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And then let's go to Exhibit GM1. Is that a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of matters?
Yes.
And in your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes.
No further questions. Offer the exhibits.
The exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? That concludes our hearing for case number 30748. Case number 30749, application of Grayson Mill Operating LLC for an order amending the field rules for the Painted Woods Bakken Pool and/or Rosebud Bakken Pool, Williams County, North Dakota, so as to create and establish the following. 1, an overlapping 1920 acre spacing unit comprised of section 36 Township 154 North, Range 103 West, and sections 31 and 32 Township 154 North, Range 102 West, authorizing the drilling of a total not to exceed 4 wells on said proposed overlapping 1920 acre spacing unit. And 2 overlapping 38 40 acre spacing units comprised of sections 25 and 36 Township 154 North, Range 103 West, and sections 29, 30, 31, and 32 Township 154 North, Range 102 West, and Section 36, Township 154 North, Range 103 West, Sections 31 and 32, Township 154 North, Range 102 West, Section 1, Township 153 North, Range 103 West, and Sections 5 and 6, Township 153 North, Range 102 West, authorizing the drilling of a horizontal well on or near the section line between existing space units on each proposed overlapping 38 40 acre spacing unit and/or such further relief. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, North Dakota. And I am appearing in case 30749 on behalf of Grayson Mill Operating LLC. Grayson Mill intends on calling 3 witnesses in this matter. Mr. Bush Thoma, Thoma, will be offering some land testimony. Ms. Catherine Henry will be offering some geologic testimony, and Mr. Dylan Powell will be offering some engineering testimony, and each of these witnesses will be appearing and presenting their testimony via telephone, and they're on the phone now.
Mr. Thoma,
Yes.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Bush, state your name for the record, please.
Bush Thoma,
And Bush, by whom are you employed?
Grayson Mill Energy.
In what capacity?
I'm a senior landman.
And in that capacity, you've testified before the commission previously?
I have.
And you've had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
Offer the further testimony of this witness, that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Bush, let's go to the packet of exhibits for case 30749. I've distributed to the commission staff. I assume you have a copy of that in front of you?
I do.
Okay. Let's skip the cover page and go to exhibit L1. Tell us what L1 is, and then briefly discuss what's contained upon it.
L1 is a regional locator map. It's still depiction of the proposed spacing units. They're located in the Painted Wood and Rosebud fields.
Okay, and Exhibit L2.
L2 is the existing spacing unit under the proposed overlapping spacing units, and it shows Grayson Mills' interest in indicated 1280s. Grayson Mills has a 96% interest in sections 25 and 36, 154, 103. Grayson Mills has an 89% working interest in 19 and 30, 154, 102. Grayson Mills has a 98% working interest in 20 and 29, 154, 102. Grayson Mill has a 97% working interest in 31 and 32, 154, 102, and has no ownership in 1 and 12, 153, 103, or 5 and 6, 153, 102.
Okay, then let's go to L3.
L3 is the proposed 1920 acre spacing unit, section 31 and 32, 154, 102, and section 36, 154, 103. Grayson Mill has a 86.17% working interest in that proposed unit.
And L4.
L4 is a proposed 3840 acre spacing unit, 29, 30, 31, 32, 154, 102. Sections 25 and 36, 154, 103. Grayson Mill has a 95% working interest in that proposed spacing unit.
And then finally L5.
L5 is proposed 3840 acre spacing unit, sections 31, 32, 154, 102, section 36, 154, 103, section 1, 153, 103, and sections 5 and 6, 153, 102. Grayson Mill has a 48% working interest in that proposed unit.
And Bush, in those situations where Grayson Mill has less than a majority working interest in a proposed spacing unit, will Grayson Mill have communications with other working interest owners in the proposed spacing unit to determine who should be the operator?
Yes.
No further questions.
Any questions from the staff?
Bush, Grayson Mill operates the sections 25 and 36. What is going to happen to section 25 if this application is approved?
So that's going to be developed on a 1280. We're just looking at the section line well that goes between sections 36 and 1, 31 and 6, and 32 and 5. So that will remain at 1280.
I'm talking about sections 25 and 36 of 154, 103.
Yeah, that's correct. I see. We're going to do a development from the north for we can supplement the record with what we plan on doing there.
So you have, you believe you have some plans to create a 1920, a 1324, and 25?
Yes, that's correct. Yes, and we don't plan on stranding 25.
Yeah, if you can supplement the record with those plans, or I don't know if it's imminent that you're going to apply for that, but if you would please supplement the record with those plans.
Yeah, will do.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Henry,
Yes.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Catherine, please state your full name for the record, please.
Catherine Henry,
And Catherine, by whom are you employed?
Grayson Mill Energy,
And in what capacity?
geologist.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes.
And have you had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Catherine, let's go to the next exhibit in the packet, G1. Tell us what that is and briefly describe what's contained upon it.
Yes, this is a structure map of the Upper Bakken Shale with 25-foot contours. I've also highlighted our type log in yellow. It's the Martin 1 well.
Okay, let's go to the type log, G2.
Yes, so this is just the reference Martin 1 type log. The Middle Bakken has a thickness of 32 feet, and the wells in question are going to be targeting the Middle Bakken.
No further questions.
Any questions from the staff? Mr. Powell,
Yes.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Dylan, state your name for the record, please.
Dylan Powell,
And Dylan, by whom are you employed?
Mill Energy,
And in what capacity?
senior reservoir engineer.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously? Had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes, I have.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Dylan, let's go to the next exhibit, E1. Tell us what E1 is.
E1 is showing our anticipated six-well development for the DSUs.
Okay, and let's then go to E2. Tell us what E2 is.
E2 is our wellbore schematic for the 15K Middle Bakken well. The bottom, it shows the anticipated 100 stages that is planned to be utilized for this development.
And E3.
E3 is showing our reservoir characteristics for the target zone, being the Middle Bakken, CBD 10,600 or 700 foot, with the bottom hole pressures, temperatures, oil gravity, net state porosity, and water stat.
Okay, and E4.
E4, the top table is showing our reservoir and data profile for the Middle Bakken, with an oil EUR of 600 and MBOE at 749. And then for the gross economics, we're looking at 75 flat price deck, 86% working interest, NPV10 of 6.6 million with a payout in 1.4 years.
Okay, and exhibit GM1. Or, yeah, I got a little lost here, so, yeah, we're on GM1, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and is that a gas capture affidavit that the commission typically requires in these sorts of matters?
That's correct.
And in your opinion, will the requested relief prevent waste, protect correlative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, I believe that is correct.
Dylan, I want to go back just very quickly to your wellbore schematic. Perhaps I misunderstood. What would be the lateral length of this well or wells?
The lateral length for these wells are going to be 15,000 feet.
Okay, I thought I heard you say 10,000, but and I know you provided us with information as to the number of frac stages. Can you provide that again, please? Is it 100 plug and perf stages?
It's 100. I believe it's located at the bottom.
Yep. Mr. Examiner, no further questions. Offer the exhibits.
The exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Dylan, when you were discussing your E1, you mentioned it was 6 wells. That's planned for 4 wells on the 1920 and the 2 section line wells, correct?
That's correct.
The sticks you have drawn on E1, the northernmost section line pretty much goes down the section boundary. The southernmost stick there, is that planned to be down the section line boundary, or is it planned to be offset to the north?
Currently, it's planned to be offset to the north.
Do you know how far it's planned to be offset?
At least 50 feet.
But either way, the standard 500-foot corridor centered on the spacing unit boundary would be sufficient for you?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Dylan, on that same exhibit E1, how many, are all the future wells gonna be drilled from that pad in the southeast quarter?
So there currently are 2 pads planned, one on the southeast corner and one on the northeast side, I believe.
So there's gonna be, looks like a lease line well and 2 infill wells drilled from that south pad, so for a total of 3?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Lawrence, how long do you need to keep the record open to provide the supplement?
Let's try until Thursday of next week
Yeah,
again. I think you said it's the 28th.
Yep.
And if we need more time, once again, we'll just request it.
The record will remain open till March 28th. That concludes our hearing for case number 30749. It is 11:53 a.m. Why don't we take an hour break for lunch now, return at 12:55. LLC for an order amending the field rules for the Landa, South Landa, and/or West Roth Madison Pool, Buttonwood County, North Dakota, to create and establish a 480-acre spacing unit comprised of the southwest quarter and west half southeast quarter of Section 35, Township 163 North, Branch 79 West, and the northwest quarter and west half northeast quarter of Section 2, Township 162 North, Range 79 West, authorizing the drilling of a multilateral horizontal well not less than 330 feet to the boundary of said spacing unit and providing such additional relief. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, and I'm appearing in case 30750 on behalf of Resonance Exploration North Dakota, LLC. Very briefly, Mr. Examiner, a case that Resonance filed previously, it was case 30445. At that hearing, Resonance presented its case, but after the hearing, it was determined that there was a typographical error in the advertisement. So all we're doing with this case, Mr. Examiner, is, of course, it was advertised, and it was advertised properly at this point in time. So we're requesting that the record from case 30445 be incorporated into this case, 30750, and then the commission should be able to enter an order.
The request is granted. I'm sorry, Commissioner, any comments from the staff? The request is granted.
Thank you.
That concludes our hearing for case number 30750. Case number 30751 will be moved to the end of the docket, and that'll be called later in the day. So we'll now move to case number 30693. Application of XGO Energy, Inc. for an order granting temporary authority to use the Nygaard Federal 13X-5A well, Nygaard Federal 13X-5BXC well, Nygaard Federal 13X-5B well, located in a spacing unit comprised of sections 8 and 17, Township 148 North, Range 96 West, and the Nygaard Federal 13X-5AXD well, located in a spacing unit comprised of sections 7, 8, 17, and 18, Township 148 North, Range 96 West, Dunn County, North Dakota, as injection wells for a pilot enhanced oil recovery operation in the Lost Bridge Bakken Pool and such further and additional relief. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, North Dakota, and appearing in this matter on behalf of XTO Energy, Inc. At this time, we'd respectfully request that case 30693 be combined and consolidated for purposes of hearing with case 30752, 30753, and 30754, as well as 30755. Our intention is to call 3 witnesses in 30693 and then rely on the application for orders to be entered in those other cases that I just mentioned. But the witnesses that will appear in 30693 would be available for any questions the commission might have as they relate to those 4 additional cases.
Okay, so at this time, then I'm going to call all those additional cases into the record. So in addition to case number 30693, we'll be hearing case number 30752, application of XGO Energy, Inc. for an order authorizing the conversion of the Nygaard Federal 13X-5AXD well located in the southwest quarter of Section 5, Township 148 North, Range 96 West, Dunn County, North Dakota, allowing the injection of produced gas and other fluids into the Lost Bridge Bakken Pool pursuant to NDAC Chapter 430205, also allowing exemption to NDAC 430205-06, Section 3, and 4302-0507. Case number 30753. Application of XGO Energy, Inc. for an order authorizing the conversion of the Nygaard Federal 13X-5BXC well located in the northeast southwest quarter of Section 5, Township 148 North, Range 96 West, Dunn County, North Dakota, allowing the injection of produced gas and other fluids into the Lost Bridge Bakken Pool pursuant to NDAC Chapter 430205, also allowing exemption to NDAC 43020506, subsection 3, and 43020507. Case number 30754, application of X2 Energy, Inc. for an order authorizing the conversion of the Nygaard Federal 13X-5B well located in the northwest-southwest quarter of Section 5, Township 148 North, Range 96 West, Dunn County, North Dakota, allowing the injection of produced gas and other fluids into the Lost Bridge Bakken Pool pursuant to NDAC Chapter 430205, also allowing exemption to NDAC 43020506, subsection 3, and 43020507. Case number 30755. Application of X2 Energy, Inc. for an order authorizing the conversion of the Nygaard Federal 13X-5A well located in the northwest-southwest quarter of Section 5, Township 148 North, Range 96 West, Dunn County, North Dakota, allowing the injection of produced gas and other fluids into the Lost Bridge Bakken Pool pursuant to NDAC Chapter 430205, also allowing an exemption to NDAC 43020506, subsection 3, and 43020507. And as I stated, all interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, North Dakota, appearing in these consolidated matters on behalf of XTO Energy, Inc. XTO plans on calling 3 witnesses in these consolidated matters. First, XTO will call Ms. Andrea Bosworth, B-O-S-W-R-T-H, as a land witness. XTO will also be calling Mr. William Torsch, T-O-R-S-C-H, as a geologic witness. And then finally, XTO will call Mr. Sergio Leonardi. And we will have some other people on the phone. Mr. Leonardi is an engineering witness, and as I indicated, we will have some others on the phone that in the event there are some questions that there are others with XTO who are better equipped or qualified to answer, they would be available. But with that, we're ready to proceed. Mr. Leonardi is with us in the room.
Okay. Ms. Bosworth,
Yes, sir.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Andrea, would you state your full name for the record, please, and perhaps spell your last name?
Andrea Bosworth, B-O-S-W-O-R-T-H.
And Andrea, by whom are you employed?
XTO Energy,
In what capacity?
landman.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes, sir.
And you've had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes, sir.
Offer the further testimony of this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Andrea, let's turn to the packet of exhibits for case 30693. I assume you have a packet in front of you?
Yes, sir.
I've also distributed that to the commission staff. Let's turn to Exhibit 1 in that packet, and if you could, I would like you to identify that exhibit and then briefly describe what's contained on Exhibit 1.
Exhibit 1 is showing a location map showing the Nygaard Federal pilot project location in Dunn County.
Okay, just on the northern edge of Dunn County, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's go to the next exhibit then, Andrea, Exhibit 2. Once again, can you identify and briefly discuss what's contained on that exhibit?
Exhibit 2 is just a closer view of the pilot location, the Nygaard Federal 13X5 in Dunn County, Township 148, Range 96, Sections 7, 8, 17, and 18.
Okay, and then let's go to Exhibit 3. Tell us what Exhibit 3 is.
Exhibit 3 is showing an outline of the Nygaard Federal 13X5 1280 and showing sections 8 and 17 and 148.96.
And also, let's move to Exhibit 4. Can you tell me what Exhibit 4 is?
Exhibit 4 is showing the outline of the Nygaard Federal 13X5 2560 spacing section 7, 8, 17, and 18.
And what will become more evident, Andres, my understanding is you've shown two spacing units, a 1280 and an overlapping 2560. And that's because the wells that are being requested to be utilized for this pilot project have been drilled both on 1,280 acre spacing unit and one well on a 2560. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, sir. One of the injection wells is a 2560.
And then the others are on the 1280. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
That's all the questions I have for the land witness, Mr. Examiner.
Any questions from the staff? Mr. Torsch,
Yes, sir.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
William, would you state your full name for the record, please?
William Torsch,
And William, by whom are you employed?
XTO Energy,
What capacity?
geologist.
And in that capacity as a geologist with ExxonMobil, have you testified before the commission previously?
Yes, sir, I have.
And have you had your qualifications accepted as that of an expert?
Yes, sir.
For the further testimony, this witness that of an expert.
Motion granted.
William, let's turn to the next exhibit in the packet. Andrea discussed Exhibit 1 through 4. Let's go to Exhibit 5. And as Andrea did, what I'd like you to do is first identify the exhibit and then briefly discuss what's contained upon it.
This exhibit is a geologic structure map, top of the Bakken Shale, subsea TVD on 20-foot contour intervals. And then the spacing units in question are highlighted in bold red line.
Okay, let's then go to the next exhibit, Exhibit 6. Can you tell us what that exhibit is?
Yes, sir. Exhibit 6 is stratigraphic cross-section coming from northwest, southwest to northeast across the unit. It's flattened on the Upper Bakken Shale, and it's just really meant to show that we have consistent geology across the area without really any significant stratigraphic variability.
Okay, so, and perhaps you said that I had a little trouble hearing. You basically have continuous Bakken pool extending over the area of your line of cross-section, which includes portions of Section 17. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. That's all the questions I have for the geologic witness.
Any questions from the staff?
William, looking at your Exhibit 5, I'm going to ask that this one be submitted digitally. The value on the contours can't be read on the copy I've got. I'm sure it won't survive scanning. Beyond that, though, the spacing unit that's identified there on Exhibit 5, 7, 8, 18, and 17, it appears that's on the west flank of the Ness and Anacline. Is that correct?
That's correct.
With the structure in the area and being off the flank of the structure there, do you anticipate any variability in the geology? When I ask that, I guess what I'm really asking is, do you anticipate enhanced fracture networks in the area due to the structure?
I can't say for certain. Sorry, we don't have any evidence to either confirm or deny the presence of natural fractures. In my opinion, if there were to be natural fractures, they would be more common on the crest of the anticline rather than on the western flank. But interviewed the well files and the drilling reports and mud logs, and I didn't see any, anomalous, drilling behavior or gas shows that would suggest, an increase in natural pressures in the DSU, but that's not something I can say for certain.
But nothing was specifically observed during the drilling of the existing wells, either in the drilling of those wells or in the production of those wells, that would indicate that?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Leonardi, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Sergio, maybe you want to pull the mic just a little bit closer. There, that's fine. Sergio, would you state your full name for the record, please?
Sergio Leonardi.
And by whom are you employed?
I'm employed by ExxonMobil.
And in what capacity?
I'm a reservoir engineer.
Okay, and in that capacity, have you had an opportunity to testify before the commission previously?
I have not.
Okay, what I'd like you to do, Sergio, is briefly highlight for the examiner and the commission staff your educational background and work experience.
Okay. I have a nuclear engineering degree from Balseiro Institute in Argentina in 1993, a master's in nuclear engineering from Purdue University in 1996, a PhD in mechanical engineering also from Purdue University in 2000, working in radiant gas burners. I've been working for ExxonMobil for more than 23 years, always as a reservoir engineer. I have about 12 journal publications and about 10 U.S. patents.
And in preparation for today's hearing, have you made a thorough study and review of all the relevant engineering matters concerning this request that XTO is making for a pilot project?
I have.
And have you prepared or had prepared under your control and supervision some exhibits you intend to sponsor?
Yes,
And have you satisfied yourself as to the accuracy of those exhibits?
I am.
You'd offer the further testimony of this witness, that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Okay, Sergio, let's go to the next exhibit in the packet, and it's a narrative. What I'd like you to do is first identify the exhibit, and then perhaps you can go through it and briefly summarize the importance of this exhibit with respect to the application that's before the commission today.
Okay. Exhibit 7 lists the pilot goals and overview. I'll go section by section. We want to try a new recovery process that consists in injecting small volumes of low-pressure gas and some water with surfactant. And we want to try to understand not only if the process works, but also what's the relative importance of the surfactant versus the gas. We're going to be getting gas from a pipeline that runs right next to the Nygaard pad. We anticipate injection rates of 3 million standard cubic feet a day of gas and 3,000 barrels per day of water. The injection pressure is not going to exceed 1,300 psi at the surface. The proposed injection period is going to be about 3 weeks, no more than 2 cycles over a period of 6 months for each of the wells. And in total, we plan to have 7 injection cycles at most. The total injection volumes are going to range between 40 and 70 million gas a day and 40,000 barrels of water for cycle.
I don't know, huh?
I think you can
Okay.
continue.
Yeah. Total volume, that gives us a range of between 240 and 420 million of gas and 280,000 barrels of water. All wells are going to be in the middle backend for the injectors. All the wells have new tubing and bottom hole pressure sensors to aid in the surveillance. And this surveillance plan consists in measuring the phase rates for each of the wells. We have dedicated well test separators. We are going to measure the produced oil, gas, and water rates in the surrounding areas that are operated by XTO. The names are listed here. I don't know if you want me to read them. just Deep Creek Federal to the north, Jorgensen Federal to the east, Robert Thelma Fenton Jane Federal to the south, and Bank Federal to the west. And as I mentioned, all 4 of the proposed injectors and 1 additional monitor well are instrumented with bottom hole pressure sensor.
And you can point out where those wells are located when we get to a later exhibit, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I know you're going to discuss this in a later exhibit as well, Sergio, but it's my understanding that you will not use the same operation in each one of the wells. In other words, in some wells, and I might get this wrong, so please correct me, but in some wells, you're going to use water and surfactant, and in other wells, you're just going to use...
One well will only be injected with surfactant. The other 3 wells will see both gas and surfactant.
Okay, great. Thank you. I appreciate the clarification. Let's go on to the next exhibit then, Sergio, previously marked as Exhibit 8. Can you identify that exhibit and explain what's contained upon it?
Yeah, sure. Exhibit 8 is a gun barrel schematic of the pad. You can see 4 middle backend wells, 2 first Three Forks wells, and 1 second Three Forks well. The pilot will involve the 4 middle backend wells, and we are using the second Three Forks well as a monitor.
Okay, then let's go to the next exhibit, Exhibit 9, and let's spend a little time first identifying that exhibit and then discussing what's contained upon it.
Sure. Exhibit 9 is the map view of the wells that I've described before. And starting from the west, the red well is the Niagara Federal 13X 5AXD. This is the well that's only going to be treated once with surfactant, so only liquid. Then the blue well is the Niagara Federal 13X 5A. This well is proposed to be injected both gas and liquid with surfactant. The green well is the Niagara Federal 13X 5B. Same, the treatment with both phases, gas and liquid. The purple well, the color is off. So the purple well, the far east is the 5BXC, that's also going to see gas and liquid, and the orange well, that's the second Three Forks that's used as a monitor well. You want me to list the surrounding pads? We have Deep Creek Federal to the north, those horizontal wells that you see overlapping the 5 and 6. The Jorgensen Federal to the east. Far away, the Bank Federal 21X to the west. And out of the picture, you can only see 2 of those oblique wells. That's the Robert Thelma Fenton Jane Federal 44X.
Okay. Let's go to Exhibit 10 and talk a little bit about the injection schedule that XTO has in mind if this application is granted.
Yeah. So Exhibit 10 gives details about the injection schedule. The map on the right has numbers that match the month where we are going to be planning the injection. The pilot is targeting a May start, and we'll be using the 5BXC well for gas and water co-injection, and immediately after that, the 5AXD will see only surfactant, so only water with surfactant, no gas. About a month later, the 5B will be treated with a gas and water co-injection. The next month, both phases, gas and water injection into 5A. The following month, going back to the 5BXC for the second co-injection treatment. 1 month later, second co-injection treatment for 5B, and finally, 1 month later, the second co-injection treatment for 5A.
Okay, maybe just a bit more explanation on this, Sergio. If I look at your the map that shows the wells off to the right-hand side of this particular exhibit, you have 2 wells that are labeled as 1, and then you have a well as 2 and 3, 4, 5, and 6. Can you just go into a little bit more explanation? Are you talking about doing the 2 1 wells at the same time, or if you could explain that, I'd appreciate that.
Okay, so the number 1 is the first month of the pilot. The plan is to start with a well on the east. The treatment is expected to take about 3 weeks, and immediately after that, still with the number 1, do the westernmost well, injecting only water, probably of the order of 1 week. So that will be the first month. The second month, we treat well level number 2, the green well. The injection is expected to take about 3 weeks, maybe 1 week to reconfigure the facilities to do injection number 3, the blue well. And after that, jump again to the well level number 4, which is the same one that saw injection the first month. The following month, number 5, and finally number 6. So 3 wells on the western side will see 2 cycles of injection, about 3 months apart. The red well on the west will see a single injection at the very beginning.
Okay, let's go on then to Exhibit 11. And once again, please identify that exhibit and briefly discuss what's contained upon it.
Exhibit 11 shows the same map view of the injector wells, and there's a chart on the left that shows the total liquids production compared to the proposed injection volumes. I'll describe this. So I've used the 13X 5EXC as an example. Up to the end of 2023, that well have produced about 900,000 barrels of liquids, so both oil and water. And we are proposing to inject 40,000 barrels of water. So you can see that's a vertical segment. It's a very small percentage of the total production. What I'm trying to show here is that we do not expect any refracking. This is only to treat the existing fraction network. The map on the right has labels where for each well I'm stating what was the total liquid production, the total gas production, and I've included also the pore volume, calculated pore volume for the fracture. You see that the proposed injection volumes are small fractions of those total produced volumes.
Now, in terms of the amount of injection versus the amount of fluid produced, you've calculated a percentage of that as well.
Yeah,
Is that correct?
that's in the following exhibit.
Okay, let's go to the next exhibit. 12.
Yeah, exhibit 12 has the percentage, the proposed injection percentages based on the production for each well. So the Niagara Federal 13X 5AXD, the red well, will only see 4% injection compared to the total liquids production. And the zero there is that it will see no gas. The 13.5A will see less than 6% of the volume of water and about less than 3% of the volume of gas. The 13X5B will get less than 4% and about 3.5% of liquid and about 3.5% of gas. And the 5BXC, about 4.5% both liquid and gas. Again, these are very small volumes, not expected to cause any refracturing or significant change in the subsurface.
Okay, and then Exhibit 13. Let's identify that for us, please, and then once again briefly describe what's contained upon it.
Yeah, Exhibit 13 goes a little bit into the screening criteria why we are selecting this location. The main objective of the pilot is to understand if this novel co-injection process works. So it is very important that we pick a location that is good from the scientific point of view, where we can measure clearly the responses. And some of the requirements to have a small group of wells, if you have many more wells, it becomes complicated. Existing well test separators, so we can accurately measure the rates without having to commingle or to have to share testers. Oil rates between 60 and 100 barrels per day, so any difference would be apparent and easy to measure. Since we need to inject a little bit of gas lifts should be available, and again, the volumes are of the order of 3 million per day. We also look for wells that have smooth production history. Again, we'll be comparing what happens after the injection with the previous history. So if the production is erratic, it becomes complicated. And we'd like to have bottom hole pressure gauges, and we did do workovers to install those. I went through a very long list of well candidates, and this Nygaard location, the race to the top, it's by far the most convenient location.
And Sergio, in addition to the items that you list here as your screening criteria, in this area, you also have a situation where XTO operates the wells in and around the proposed pilots. Is that correct?
That's right. So any effect that's perceived in the surrounding wells, we should be able to quantify that.
Okay. And become aware of it very quickly. Is that a fair statement?
Correct. Yes.
Mr. Examiner, that's all the questions I have for this witness with respect to the first case on the docket, which is 30693. When I say the first case, the consolidated matters. But as I indicated, we're available also to answer questions with respect to the other cases that are consolidated with case number 30693.
And would you want to admit the exhibits?
Yes, I'll offer the exhibits.
The exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Sergio, do you guys have to treat the raw gas before injecting it into the wells?
What do you mean treat the rock?
The raw gas.
Oh, no. It's just produced gas.
Okay.
No.
And then you plan on injecting both the gas and the water through the tubing and packer to be installed?
Correct.
Okay. Do you plan on pulling that and installing production equipment in between the injection cycles?
I'm not sure if I understood you correctly. There is existing tubing and packer. We're going to use the same production facilities. Well, there's no change in the well bore.
Okay, there's not an ESP or anything?
No, these are gas lift wells.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
I have some questions concerning the cases for the individual injection wells. So these cases were docketed with exemptions to 43020506, subsection 3, which was injection through tubing and packer, and then 43020507, which is an exemption to the MIT requirement for these wells. It sounds like a tubing and packer has already been run during a workover for each of the injection wells.
Mm-hmm.
So as far as the MIT requirement, has XTO performed an MIT after installing the tubing and packer, or do you plan to move on the wells and do that prior to starting injection?
Yeah, I'm not the best person to answer that, but I believe we are requesting an exception not to run the MIT.
With the tubing and packer in the well, I mean, that isn't a hard thing to accomplish. I was just wondering why you wouldn't move forward with just doing the MIT at this point.
Maybe Tyler can answer that?
Can you just give me a second? Tyler, is that a question that you can respond to? And I don't want you to respond now, but just tell me if that's an area that you can help us with.
Yes, it is.
Okay, we'll call Tyler so he can answer those.
But let's swear him in.
Well, I'd let everybody finish with Sergio.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No,
Okay, sure.
you're fine. If you're okay with that, that's your decision, not
No,
mine.
no, continue.
Okay.
Sergio, a couple of things. I'm gonna start by looking at your exhibit 9. What's the and I know, maybe I'll use Exhibit 10, because that's where you identify the treatments here. What's the importance of the different treatment on the westernmost well? Why treat that with just surfactant versus the other ones which are
Yeah,
going to be?
okay, that's a good question. As you can imagine, setting up to inject two phases is expensive, it's complicated. So we want to quantify what is the effect of the surfactant alone and what's the effect of the surfactant and gas. We have a sense that the surfactant is the biggest effect. So we want to see if the gas makes economic sense. So it's sort of a control well.
Is there a reason you're doing that, using that on your westernmost well as opposed to one of the interior wells?
No real reason. Since this is a boundary lease well, it's probably easier to justify do the lease treatment. I can put it this way.
When you were going through your Exhibit 8, and I think you mentioned it on your, Exhibit 9, you indicated that the TF2 Three Forks second bench well was as a planned monitor.
Yes.
What do you plan to do with the other two Three Forks first bench wells during this?
We'll monitor rates. We do not have bottom hole pressure gauge there.
Okay, so no gauges on those two?
No
but
gauges there.
You'll continue producing them and monitor them?
That's right, yes.
But the Three Forks 2 well, you'll have a gauge installed on it?
The gauge is already there.
Okay. Speaking of monitoring wells, you've identified the Three Forks 2 being monitored. You've kind of listed a number of other wells in the area. Would you be able to provide an exhibit that identified the wells you plan to monitor and what monitoring you plan to do on those wells?
You mean beyond the names of the wells? So you want a map with those wells?
Something similar to what you've done on Exhibit 9, where you identify the individual
Sure,
well.
we can do that.
Yep, and then not just identify the well you plan to monitor, but how you plan to monitor it, whether it'll be gauged or just monitored for production.
Yeah, it'll be only production. Yeah, typically in this area, we don't have gauges.
Okay, indicate that as well on the exhibit that I'm asking for.
Mr. Suggs, are you looking for just the wells that offset the wells that are going to be used as injector wells?
Yeah, the immediate offsets that they plan to monitor.
Okay, thank you.
Specifically, those are the ones I'm looking to be identified.
Appreciate it.
So on your Exhibit 12, the percentages that you're indicating on those individual wells, is that a total percent? Like, I understand that's only 4%. I'm talking about the Nygaard Federal here, saying 4% fill back up, right? I mean, it's not even close to fill up, but
Correct.
Is that total over the project, or is that during each injection cycle?
It is for each injection cycle, but the 5XD on the left, that will see only one cycle.
Right.
So in that case, it's total.
So that
For the other two, you're right, it'll be twice if we complete the 2 cycles.
Is that what the two different percentages are indicating on?
No, the
exhibit?
top percentage is liquid and the bottom one is gas.
Okay. So then effectively you'd do that same simulation and you'd get to a point of like 8% on.
Yeah, it will not be quite 8 because there will be production.
In between.
Yeah, that's right.
So I want to, it was pointed out during the land testimony that these are on 2 different spacing units. And that Nygaard Federal well, the furthest most west well, is on the 2560, which is a section line spacing unit, right? If the commission were to decide that that wasn't appropriate to inject into that well, for whatever reason, what kind of results would that have, or how would that change this proposal?
It will complicate things. I'm be 100% honest. You could look at this and say, why don't you use the 5A? The 5A is a much older well with smaller completions than the other. So it would not be a good well to have as a different treatment. It will severely limit the learnings from this pilot.
How about if you flipped it and you used your Nygaard Federal 13X 5 BXC, the easternmost well you're planning to inject into, as that?
Yeah. If you look at when I described the schedule, the proposed injection schedule, I'm doing the co-injection and the surfactant only as far as possible. So if you say, why don't I use the easternmost well only for surfactant and don't touch the westernmost well, then I end up with this old well with smaller completions as the further one. I'm not going to say it's impossible, but again, it will make the project more complicated and less learnings.
I think the best exhibit here would be Exhibit 9, along the lines of what I just asked, and in tying into what I asked about the monitoring. That diagonal well that goes through 7 and 18, mostly on the diagonal. I'm assuming that's one of the wells you've mentioned and you plan to monitor?
Yes.
That is a good distance away from that existing westernmost well, correct?
It is.
And there are no other wells in the intervening that are
Not
exist.
not in that area.
Okay, thank you. I think that's all I have for now. Thanks.
Sergio, the gas and/or surfactant that you intend to inject, will that all be produced back?
The gas, most of it will be produced back. A fraction will stay in solution very near the well, helping with re-energizing the reservoir. The surfactant, we anticipate that most of it gets absorbed in the rock and a small fraction gets produced, and we'll be monitoring that. This is a balance. Surfactant is very expensive. If you inject a lot, you'll get a lot back. We don't want to waste it away. If you don't inject enough, you don't get anything back. Then the process is not as efficient as it could be. So one professor described this as painting the fractures. We want to paint the fractures and have very little left over that comes back. And that will be used to assess if we injected the right amount or not.
So you're gonna inject the surfactant with fresh water, is that right?
Correct.
And what's the source of the fresh water?
There is a pond about a mile away from the pad. I don't know if we have a map that shows that, but that's the source.
Is that a natural pond or a man-made pond?
I'm not 100% sure, but I believe it's an intermediate pond that might get water either from river or from well. I don't know the details. It's managed by the landowner. We buy water from him.
When you inject in a cycle for 3 weeks, then is there a time period you let it just soak in there before you start producing?
The plan is not soaking.
And can you describe a little bit about the co-injection process? I mean, is it
Yes.
slug type injection or?
Yes, it's like high frequency slug. I mean, gas injection by itself is expensive because you need large equipment. So this scheme consists in injecting a little bit of gas and then putting water on top of it. So the weight of the water will compress the gas, and we hope to achieve bottom hole pressures that are similar to what you would achieve with a high pressure compressor. Now the trade-off is that you cannot put as much gas as you would with a dedicated high pressure compressor.
So the compressor you're going to use, is that
It is a gas lift compressor.
just what's out there for the gas lift?
Mhm.
And when you say co-injection, you mean gas and water and surfactant?
Yeah, the surfactant is in the water.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a small concentration, 2 gallons per thousand. So very small concentration.
When would you anticipate would be an appropriate time for you to come back for a review hearing to review these results?
If everything goes well, about 6 months after the first injection, we should start seeing a response. Part of the answer is how long any additional oil lasts. We are almost 100% sure that day one we will see more oil. The expectation is that a treatment should last for many months. So I need to wait those many months to confirm that this benefit is not short-lived and doesn't make sense.
So the appropriate time would be at least a year after you start injection?
If you think about the very first injection, I would say a year later, we should know the performance of the whole thing.
Okay, thank you.
Sergio, when you're using that westernmost well as your analog with surfactant only, how much does it come into play? What kind of concerns do you have as far as using that as your analog for surfactant only when you don't have development to the west compared to if you're using the center of a fully developed spacing unit?
The benefit of the surfactant is a percentage of the previous oil rate. So I'm not comparing absolute rates. I'm just seeing what the benefit is. So for example, I would expect this co-injection to give a benefit of the order of 15%. If the surfactant only gives me 14%, it makes no sense to deal with the gas. Now, if the co-injections give about 15% benefit, but the surfactant only is half of that, then I start understanding how the relevant importance of each of the phases is. See, so it's not that I'm going to compare maybe 150 barrel a day well that's sort of alone there with something that's surrounded by other wells and has a lower rate. I'm going to be comparing the percentage benefit after each of the individual treatments.
Okay, thank you.
Sergio, on Exhibit 10, you state that you'll only operate through a good weather window. So if Mother Nature comes calling earlier than the end of October, Will XTO still push through colder weather or possible snow?
The facilities are designed for good weather. It will be a lot more expensive to winterize. So my optimistic going in position is that by October I'll be done and walk away with all the learnings. Or everything that we need to do with the surface facilities should be done by October.
But if winter comes early, you'll just cut the project off early.
It depends what you mean by with the surfactant gets more viscous when the temperature drops. So if that's the only problem, I may be able to heat trace one vessel and continue. If we get a big freeze that my big 6,500 barrel tank of water freezes, then I cannot continue.
Thanks.
So I have one other question. So you kind of described what you hope the surfactant does in the reservoir. What's the significance of injecting the gas?
There are multiple mechanisms that we hope they will all contribute to increase the oil production. The surfactant will mainly change the interfacial tension, so make both oil and water more similar and easier to flow, and change the wettability of the rock so the oil that's trapped in the small pores will come out more easily. The gas, a little bit will go into solution in the oil and lower the viscosity, making it easier to flow. Part of the oil will be vaporized and come more easily, and also will be re-energizing the reservoir, so restoring a little bit of the initial pressure. So we hope that the sum of all these different mechanisms I've described will contribute significantly to the oil production.
And the use of fresh water is because of the surfactant?
The surfactant works better with fresh water, no question about it. The use of fresh water, though, is mainly due to, as far as I understand, environmental regulations. The formation water is really high salinity. You cannot afford having any kind of, even small spill, nothing like that. So from the environmental point of view, fresh water makes a lot of sense. It's helpful for the surfactant too.
I mean, you're already handling supersaturated salt water at the surface when you produce the water. I mean, adding a little more on the surface to put it back down.
Yeah, but good point. That very high salinity water is being handled with permanent facilities, and I'm going to be using temporary facilities, which they are designed the best we can, but it'll be a little bit of a headache to have to use high salinity brine.
Okay, thank you.
You want me to call Taylor?
Anything further? Yeah.
Let me get him on, and then you can swear him.
Sure.
Taylor, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Taylor, you want to state your full name for the record, please?
Tyler Naha.
Did you get that?
I didn't get that.
Okay, can you say it again, Taylor?
Tyler Naha.
And please spell your last name.
Nahhas.
Nahas.
Nahas.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Nahas.
Yes, sir.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Taylor, by whom are you employed?
XPO.
In what capacity?
Operations engineer.
And in that capacity, have you testified before the commission previously?
I have not.
What I'd like you to do, Taylor, is briefly highlight for the commission staff your educational background and work experience.
Okay, I graduated from Louisiana State University in the spring of 2020. and began working for XTO in Williston in October of 2020 and have been in the same position since.
And what sorts of things have you been doing for ExxonMobil during that period of time?
Primarily, I focus on well servicing operations, like workover design, and well remediation, along with production, tracking, restoring.
And part of your responsibilities recently has been this pilot project that XTO is proposing in its application to the commission here today. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the questions I have in terms of introducing him, I tender the witness. I think Ashley may have had
You
some.
want to offer him as an expert, or?
I can ask that question if you want me to.
It's up to you.
Offer the further testimony of this witness out of an expert.
Granted.
Okay, thank you.
This is Ashley. I had some questions concerning the MIT on these wells. Was that something that XTO completed after running the tubing and packer?
From our side, this was similar to a regular gas lift equipment repair. So we did not perform a charted MIT, but after every time that we set a packer, we do test our packer to 1500 PSI for 10 minutes and would not proceed with the job if those tests failed. So we did perform a variance of an MIT, just not charted.
Is performing a NDIC staff witnessed MIT on each of these wells an issue for XTO, if that were to be a requirement?
It is possible. It would just take some time. But it is something that we can do.
Okay, thank you.
Tyler, when you inject the surfactant or the surfactant and gas, is that going down tubing or is that going down the casing?
That will be down the tubing.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further from the staff on this case or any of the other cases that were called? Okay, if there's nothing further, that concludes
Well,
our,
Mr. Examiner, there was a, excuse me for interrupting you.
Oh,
but
yeah,
there
please,
was a
record
re-
open. I
yeah.
apologize.
No, you're fine. If I could, Sergio, there was a request for some digital copies of the structure and type log. I know that's probably not your area, but do you think that's something we could get submitted to the commission by next week, Thursday? Okay, and then there was also a request for exhibit that sets forth the monitoring wells, and I think there was some specific request, Mark, that you had on the monitoring, or,
Just the method in which they'll be monitored, along with the individual wells that'll be monitored.
I think, once again, is that something we can make by the 28th? That's right. Okay, and in the event that you have a problem meeting that deadline, just let me know, and then we'll request an extended period of time. Okay? So, the 28th of March.
this record will be kept open until March 20th as well.
Okay.
And that concludes our hearing for case numbers 30693, 30752, 30753, 30754, and 30755. Case number 30714, on a motion of the commission to consider the proper spacing for the development of the Bar Butte, Bach, and Pool, Williams County, North Dakota, redefine the limits of the field, and enact such special field rules as may be necessary. This case has been continued to the April hearings. That concludes our hearing for case number 30714. Case number 30698, application of Dakota Energy LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Noonenbakken Pool to establish a stand-up 1920-acre spacing unit.
You're the only person in this meeting. Please stay on the line.
Described as sections 23, 26, and 35, Township 162 North, Range 95 West, Divide County, North Dakota, and authorize 4 horizontal wells to be drilled on each unit, or granting such other relief as may be appropriate. This case has been continued till our April hearings. That concludes our hearing for case number 30698. Case number 30756, application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Skabo-Bakken and/or Berg-Bakken pools to establish an overlapping 38-40-acre spacing unit described as sections 1930 and 31, Township 160 North, Range 98 West, Divide County, North Dakota, and sections 24, 25, and 36, Township 160 North, Range 99 West, Divide County, North Dakota, and to authorize 1 horizontal well to be drilled on such unit and granting such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Tom Throne, P.O. Box 6590 in Sheridan, Wyoming, appearing on behalf of the applicant, Phoenix Operating. Have 3 witnesses, 1 who is here, Mark Johnson, who will be a land witness, 2 that are going to be on the phone and I will contact. That will be Nick Daniele, which will be the geology witness, and Brandon Allen, who will do the engineering. I will get them on the phone now. They know we're on, don't they?
Mm-hmm.
They weren't on. I'll wait here a minute till they get on.
I texted him.
Hello, Nick and Brandon. Okay, we're in the hearing room and you're going to be on the speakerphone here soon. Nick and Brandon, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Okay, Mr. Johnson, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Mr. Johnson, would you please state your name and address for the record?
My name is Mark Johnson. My address is 4643 South Ulster Street, Suite 1510, Denver, Colorado, 80237.
And for whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by Phoenix Operating LLC, Vice President of Regulatory and Land.
And have you previously been accepted as an expert witness in petroleum land matters?
I have.
And are you personally familiar with the lands that are subject to this application today?
I am.
I would ask that Mr. Johnson's testimony be accepted as that of an expert land testimony.
Motion granted.
Have you prepared or caused to be prepared the exhibits for today's hearing?
I have.
Starting with Exhibit 1, please describe the area that is subject to this application.
Exhibit 1's just our regional map showing the area that we'll be discussing today that straddles the Divide Williams County border.
Moving on to Exhibit 2, please describe in detail the proposed spacing that is applied for today by Phoenix Operating.
Exhibit 2 is just obviously more blown in regional map that shows all of our proposed DSUs that we've come to the commission for over the last 6 or 8 months, highlighted in black. The lease line unit that we're here speaking about in this case is in red, sections 19, 30, and 31 of 16098, and sections 24, 25, and 36 of 16099.
On your legend and also in the exhibit, you have other spacing units that Phoenix plans on operating. Would you please refresh the staff on Phoenix activities in this area?
Yeah, we spud our first rig, or our first wells in this area Labor Day of last year. We're on our 15th well, our third pad at the moment. We've also drilled one saltwater well to completion and are drilling our second saltwater disposal in this area as we speak. We are when we finish the 15th well in the sections of 27, 34, and 3, we will be moving the next section over to the east in 26, 35, and 2 for another 5 wells. And we are currently waiting for APDs to be issued for our next 5 well pad in sections 25, 36, and 1 that are held up a little bit from last month's hearing 30665.
You mentioned your first 10 wells and 2 different spacing units. Would you identify those spacing units for the staff?
Yes, we have 5 wells on production in sections 26, 35, and 2. And we're currently drilling a saltwater disposal well in section 5, and when that is finished, we will be flowing back the wells in section 5, 6, and 1.
And there's 5 wells drilled there, is correct?
Yes.
And then your next 5 wells are in which spacing unit?
27, 34, and 3.
And are those currently being drilled?
We're on the 5th of 5 wells in that unit.
And then after that, where does Phoenix hope to move to?
After that pad, we'll just move the next section to the east in 26, 35, and 2, where we have APDs and a pad constructed.
And the APDs are waiting on approval?
No, those APDs are issued. We're waiting for APDs in sections 25, 36, and 1 to continue our development.
After drilling 26, 35, and 2?
Correct.
Okay, moving on to Exhibit 3, please tell the staff Phoenix's ownership in the proposed spacing unit.
So as we zoom in on the proposed spacing unit, you can see down at the bottom, Phoenix currently owns 68.76 working interest, and in 30 days we have another little small percentage to get us up to 69.23. The map depicts the 5 wells in sections 25 and 36 and 1 as the triangle. Those have not been drilled. Those are our proposed wells that will be drilled eventually, when the APDs are issued.
Okay, and the other 2 well bores in section 24?
The one that goes diagonal in section 24 is a plugged Petro Hunt old well, and the well in 24 that extends north is a Petro Hunt well as well.
And does Phoenix intend to cooperate with the other working interest owners in developing this proposed spacing unit?
We do.
And did you execute the gas capture affidavit, which I believe is Exhibit 11?
I did.
I would move for the admission of the exhibits of 1, 2, 3, and 11, and tender Mr. Johnson for questions from the staff.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? Mr. Daniele,
Yes, sir.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Nick, would you please state your name and work address for the record and spell your last name?
Sure. Nick Daniele, last name spelled Daniele. Work address 4643 South Ulster Street, Suite 1510, Denver, Colorado 80237.
And for whom do you work and in what capacity?
I'm the VP of Geology for Phoenix Operating LLC.
And has your testimony been accepted as an expert test witness in petroleum geology?
Yes.
And are you personally familiar with the lands that we're discussing today?
Yes.
I would ask that Mr. Daniele be accepted as an expert witness in petroleum geology.
Motion granted.
Nick, have you prepared certain exhibits for this hearing?
Yes, sir.
Starting with Exhibit 4, would you describe the structure for the Middle Bakken for the lands that are subject to this hearing?
Yes, sir. This is a subsea structure map made on top of the Middle Bakken with a contour interval of 50 feet. The proposed 3840 spacing unit is highlighted in red, with our other units that Mark described highlighted in black. The wells with black dots represent Middle Bakken horizontal. Wells with purple dots represent Three Forks horizontal wells in this area. The structure in this area gets from north to south.
And on that map, the well bores that you have commencing in 25, going to the south, 36 and 2, and the wells commencing in 26, going to the south, and those are the proposed or anticipated wells by Phoenix. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
On this exhibit, you have labeled as a type log. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And also a cross-section?
Yes, sir.
A prime. Moving to Exhibit 5, please describe the cross-section as well as a type log.
Cross-section moves from west to east, A to A prime, with a type wall in the middle. Each track in the cross-section shows gamma ray on the left. The next track is resistivity, and the third track is porosity for the area.
And are the reservoir characteristics described also on Exhibit 5?
Yes, sir.
Would you please describe those for the staff?
Sure. These parameters come from the type log well, Federal 124, approximate TVD 9,200 feet, average porosity of 8%, average water saturation 30%, with a gross average thickness of 52 feet. Using a BOR of 1.5, that yields 9 million barrels per section.
Okay, and is the Middle Bakken present and continuous across all the lands that are subject to this application?
Yes, sir.
And as a geologist, if this application is approved, do you believe that waste will be prevented, relative rights protected, and the drilling of unnecessary wells prevented?
Yes, sir.
I have no further questions for Mr. Daniele, and ask that Exhibits 4 and 5 be admitted into the record.
The exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? Mr. Allen,
Yes, sir.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Brandon, would you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes, my name is Brandon Allen. Work address is 4643 South Ulster Street, Suite 1510, Denver, Colorado 80237.
And for whom do you work and in what capacity?
I work for Phoenix Operating as the president and head of reservoir engineering.
And has your testimony been previously accepted as that of an expert witness in petroleum engineering?
Yes, it has.
And are you personally familiar with the lands that we are discussing today?
Yes, I am.
I would ask that Mr. Allen's testimony be accepted as that of an expert in petroleum engineering.
Motion granted.
would you start with Exhibit 6 and please describe the proposed wellbore?
Yeah, the example wellbore diagram shown here depicts surface casing being set at about 2,000 feet to cover the Pierre Shale. 7-inch intermediate casing landed in the middle Bakken, and then we would hang a 4.5-inch liner about 500 feet above the kickoff point with the 4.5-inch casing.
Okay, moving on to Exhibit 7, would you please describe in detail Phoenix's proposed drilling plan for the spacing unit? And I would also address the undrilled well bores in 25 and 36 as well.
Sure. And Mark mentioned the wells that kind of look like a Christmas tree are wells that we have submitted APDs for and are waiting to get those approved. Those will be not the next pad that we move to, but the following one, just kind of marching our way to the east. Our current development plan for this lease line well would be batch drilled with 4 in-unit wells at 1930 and 31. This western lease line well, as well as an eastern lease line well, which is the next hearing up after this one. As Mark previously mentioned, there's an abandoned wellbore in Section 24, as well as an active wellbore that produces from the Three Forks operated in Section 24 going to the north.
And have you had occasion to analyze the production history of other wells in the area and analyze interwell interference on wells that are close to other wells?
Yes, I have.
Moving on to Exhibit 8, would you please describe the wells you reviewed?
Yeah, so we reviewed some Kraken wells where they infill developed with 3-mile spacing wells inside existing old parent wells that were 2-milers or 1,280 acre spacing wells. The interwell spacing between the new wells is approximately 1,100 feet. That same distance is it's about 1,500 feet between the outside wells of the new infill development of the 3-mile wells and the wells, the existing parent wells depicted in with a purple dot in 17 and 20 and a black dot in 16 and 21.
Okay, using Exhibits 9A and 9P, please discuss the history of the parent wells and the infill wells and the conclusion of your analysis.
Yeah, so the parent wells are depicted in dark blue and light blue. You can see by the call-out box the flat production profile for a few months when Kraken shut in the offset wells to drill and complete the infill wells. Those wells have since returned to their production profile, as well as the parent wells are exceeding the productivity of the child wells, the infill wells are exceeding the productivity of the parent wells. So both of those are good indications that the spacing is accurate and they're appropriate.
Okay, moving on to Exhibit 9B.
And Exhibit 9B just shows it in a little bit different of a form using a rate time plot rather than a cube production plot. And it depicts the 2 parent wells. One is the Elias 121H and the other one is the Lyman Tracy 2017 number 1 TFH. You can see again the call-out box, the time whereby Kraken went and infilled the wells and they shut those parent wells in for safety. And those wells have returned back to their previous forecast. Those are depicted in dashed green and dashed yellow. That's a statistical regression of the oil production prior to the shut-in period. And the Lyman Tracy is actually exceeding the forecast prior to the shut-in.
So in summary, you don't anticipate any interwell interference with your proposed drilling plan?
That's correct. We do not anticipate any interference with the offset well operated by Petro Hunt that is currently producing out of the Three Forks Formation in section 24 going to the north.
Okay, moving on to Exhibit 10, would you please discuss the well economics based upon the parameters that were contained on Exhibit 5 for a 3-mile lateral?
Yeah. So our current type curve has an initial oil rate of 30,000 barrels a day, and average GOR of about 2,000 MCF per barrel of oil, with an oil EUR of about 500 MBO and a gas EUR of 1 BCF. Using that, a current commodity price environment in the $70 a barrel range, as well as gas in the $2.50 per MCF range. The D&C cost of $95 million, yields an IRR of 25% and a payout of about 28 months.
If this application is approved, do you believe that correlative rights will be protected, waste prevented, and the drilling of unnecessary wells be prevented?
I do.
And is Exhibit 11 the gas capture affidavit that Mark testified to?
That is correct.
I have no further questions for Mr. Allen and would ask that exhibits, I believe, 6, 7, 8A, 8B, 9, and 10 be admitted into the record.
The exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
Brandon, how many frac stages are you planning for these 3-mile laterals?
75.
How many pounds per foot of proppant are you using in this area?
We are fracking with 1,000 pounds per foot right now.
Thank you.
Brandon, on Exhibit 7, do you plan on drilling the well on the section line, or are you going to offset it?
Yeah, it would be on the section line. It's hard to pick that up.
You kind of cut out there, Brandon. Would you restate your answer, please?
I apologize. Yes, it would be drilled on the section line. It's hard to show the figure with the dash. You can't really see the dash if I don't offset it a little bit.
Yep, thank you.
Mr. Examiner, I don't know that I correctly identified the exhibit numbers. It was 7, 8, 9A and B, 10 and 11.
Okay, the exhibits are admitted. That concludes our hearing for case number 30756. Case number 30757, application of Phoenix Operating LLC for an order amending the applicable orders for the Scabo Bakken Pool to establish an overlapping 38-40 acre spacing unit described as sections 19, 20, 29, 30, 31, and 32, Township 160 North, Range 98 West, Divide County, North Dakota, and to authorize one horizontal well to be drilled on such unit and granting such other relief as may be appropriate. All interested parties, please come forward.
Mr. Chairman, Tom Throne, P.O. Box 6590 in Sheridan, Wyoming, appearing on behalf of Phoenix Operating Company, have the same 3 witnesses. And Mr. Chairman, I would propose that if it's all right with you and the staff, that you take administrative notice of 30756, and then I would ask each witness just to explain the differences in the exhibits on this hearing as compared to the last hearing, and it would speed the process up. If you'd like us to go through each one, we can, but I think there'd be some duplication.
Any objections from the staff? And we'll take administrative notice as requested.
Okay. Mr. Johnson's my first witness?
Just a reminder, all your witnesses are still under oath.
Correct. So, Mark, would you go through the first exhibits and just explain differences between 30757 and 30756 as it pertains to this hearing?
Yes, Exhibit 1 is identical. Exhibit 2 just shows the proposed 3840 spacing unit, which is 19, 20, 29, 30, 31, and 32 of 16098. This would just be an eastern lease line to the same base unit we spoke about in the previous case. Exhibit 3 shows the 6 sections. Phoenix's working interest is currently 44.46 in this proposed spacing unit. And you can see the existing Petro Hunt wells in sections 20 and then a well in 29 and 32 as well.
And I suppose in this case, like in the other case, Phoenix will cooperate with the other working interest owners in this proposed unit?
Yes.
Okay, have no further questions from Mr. Johnson?
Any questions from the staff? You can proceed.
Okay, Nick, you realize you're still under oath?
Yes, sir.
Would you just briefly describe any differences between your exhibits 4 and 5 in this docket versus the prior docket?
Yes, Exhibit 4 is identical to the previous hearing, same cross-section, same structure map, and same type log. And Exhibit 5 is also the same. The same type log was used for the same reservoir parameters.
But Exhibit 4 has the new proposed spacing unit on it.
Yes, sir. Apologize.
Have no other questions for Mr. Daniele?
Any questions from the staff? Proceed.
Brandon, you still on the line?
Yes, sir.
Same for you, you realize you're still under oath?
Yes, sir.
Would you explain any differences between the exhibits you prepared in the prior hearing and this particular application for the staff?
The difference is so Exhibit 6 is the same. Exhibit 7 depicts the proposed spacing unit with the lease line well being on the eastern lease line, again being batch drilled with the 4 in-unit wells and the west lease line in the previous case from a multi-well pad depicted in black. You can see the Petro Hunt operated wells in 29 and 32, and then the one in 20 going north. Both of those are Three Forks wells. That is the only difference. The remainder of the exhibits, 8, 9A, 9B, and 10 are all the same. As well as,
Go ahead, Brandon.
as well as 11. I apologize. Added that one as well. They're all the same.
I have no further questions from Mr. Allen and would tender him for questions from the staff.
Would you like to offer the exhibits to the record?
Yes, please.
The exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff? Okay, that concludes our hearing for case number 30757. I'll now jump back and call case number 30751, application of Empire North Dakota LLC for an order of the commission amending order number 10579 for the Starbuck Madison Pool, Bottineau County, North Dakota, so as to create zones of 640 acre and 1280 acre spacing units for the drilling of horizontal wells and such further relief. All interested parties, please come forward.
Are they calling in or, yeah, are they calling in?
What's up?
On there yet?
Mr. Examiner, Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, appearing in case 3051 on behalf of Empire North Dakota LLC. And, give me a minute here. Have any luck? And we intend on calling two witnesses in this matter, Mr. Jeff Grimes, and we'll be offering some land testimony, and then Mr. William West will be offering some engineering testimony as an expert, and then he'll also be offering a bit of geologic testimony just as a fact witness. And Mr. Grimes is present with us in the hearing room, and Mr. West will be called by telephone. And William, are you on the phone?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Okay.
Mr. Grimes, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do. Jeff, would you state your full name for the record, please?
Jeffrey Grimes.
And Jeff, by whom are you employed, in what capacity?
I'm employed by Empire Petroleum Corporation
In what capacity?
as a vice president of land for the Rockies region.
Okay. And have you testified before the commission previously?
I have not.
What I'd like you to do, Jeff, is briefly highlight for the commission staff your educational background and work experience.
Attended Southwest Texas State, studied political science. Since then, I've been land manager for a couple of different companies and worked contractually for the last 30 years.
And in preparation for today's hearing, have you made a thorough study and review of all the relevant land matters concerning the two cases that are before the commission today?
I have.
And have you prepared or had prepared under your control and supervision some exhibits you intend to sponsor?
I have.
Have you satisfied yourself as to the accuracy of those exhibits?
I have.
Offer the further testimony, this witness is that of an expert.
Motion granted.
Jeff, let's turn to the packet of exhibits for 30691. And I'm going to have you skip the cover page, and let's go to Exhibit 1. Tell me what Exhibit 1 is.
Exhibit 1 represents 160 acres.
Lawrence, real quick, you just said exhibits for 30691. This is 30751.
Okay, okay, that's fine. I misunderstood. I thought we were going to take the lowercase first, but that's fine.
I'm sorry, no, I took-
No, that's not your fault. That's my fault. I apologize. Okay, so let me direct your attention to the exhibits for 30751.
Okay.
And let's start with Exhibit 1.
Exhibit 1 is a map of Bottineau County with our Starbuck Madison unit outlined.
Okay, and that's, you said in Bottineau County, is that correct?
Bottineau County.
Okay, well, let's go to Exhibit 2.
Is a closer view of the actual 6,600 acre Starbuck Madison unit.
Okay.
How's that?
Thank you. And then let's go to Exhibit 3. Tell us what Exhibit 3 is.
Exhibit 3 is a proposed 1,280 acre spacing unit within the Starbuck Madison unit boundaries.
And can you describe the 1,280 acre spacing unit?
The 1,280 acres is located all within Township 161 North, Range 78 West, encompassing the east half of Section 30, all of Section 29, and the west half of Section 28.
Okay, and we may come back to this exhibit, Jeff, but let's go on to Exhibit 4 and tell me what Exhibit 4 is.
Exhibit 4 is a proposed 640 acre spacing unit, all being comprised within Section 32.
Okay, and tell me why you haven't proposed a 1,280 acre spacing unit here comprised of 31 and 32.
The acreage immediately west of Section 32, being Section 31, is owned by the Fish and Wildlife, and despite numerous attempts to nominate this acreage, we have consistently been denied.
And if you had a preference, or if your company Empire had a preference, would you prefer a 1,280 comprised of 31 and 32, but you can't do that because of the unleased acreage?
Correct.
Okay. Now let's go back again to Exhibit 3. I know you don't have this labeled on this exhibit, but let me ask you the question. Here you're proposing a 1,280 comprised of the west half of 28, all of 29, and the east half of 30. Any reason you didn't propose, from a land perspective, propose a 1280 comprised of section 29 and 30?
Again, similar or identical to the issues of, associated with the 640 acre spacing unit. The Fish and Wildlife owns all of section 30. We have a couple of BLM leases that are approaching 60 years old. They've been held by production in perpetuity, but the west half is unleased, and again, we have not been able to successfully nominate that acreage.
Okay, no further questions of the land witness.
Any questions from the staff?
So you stated that the leases in section 30 are being held by old production, but I show a well that was just spud in 2023 by Empire that looks like it's drilled into those acreage into section 30.
That's correct.
Would that not put those minerals into a drainage situation to where you could utilize those?
We provided evidence of drainage to the Fish and Wildlife, but it did not do us any good.
Good. Thanks.
Jeff, on Exhibit 4, you show the south half of the southeast is not being unleased federal U.S. Fish and Wildlife. I'm looking at a map on our system that shows all of 31 is National Wildlife Refuges. Are those private minerals under that south half of the southeast?
Those are federal leases. That is a lease that was effective January 1st of 1968, and again, it's been held by production since that.
Okay, thank you.
Different world back then.
Different world.
Mr. West,
Yes, sir.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, sir.
William, state your full name for the record, please.
William West,
And William, by whom are you employed?
Empire Petroleum.
In what capacity?
I am the Senior Vice President of Operations.
And you're an engineer by education and training, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Have you testified before the commission previously?
No, I have not.
What I'd like you to do, William, is briefly highlight for the commission staff your educational background and work experience.
Yes, sir. I received my degree in petroleum engineering in 1999 from Marietta College. Worked in the capacity of a petroleum engineer in reservoir production operations over the past 25 years. Through this, I do hold my professional license in the state of Wyoming as a professional petroleum engineer.
Okay, and in preparation for today's hearing, have you made a thorough study and review of all the relevant engineering matters concerning Empire's request in these two cases?
Yes, sir.
And have you prepared or have prepared under your control and supervision some engineering exhibits that you intend to sponsor?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you've also had some discussions with a geologist in your office, and you've assisted in the preparation of some geologic exhibits, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Offer the further testimony of this witness out of an expert.
Motion granted.
With respect to engineering, and then he's going to offer some factual information on geology. William, let's turn to the next exhibit in the packet. Jeff covered exhibits 1 through 4. I want you to start out with exhibit 5. Tell us what you know based on exhibit 5.
Exhibit 5 is the representation of the structure for the Mission Canyon. It is a structure based on limited well control, no seismic lines. There's a seismic line that's all the way up between sections 9 and 16 that runs east-west, and there's one all the way down to the southern portion of the field that's around between like section 1 and section 12. But in the middle heart of the field, there are no seismic lines to make this structure on. There are some well control that we have that is in the middle of section 29, but as you move to the east, you have to move all the way to outside of almost with the border between section 27 and 26 before you have any well control.
So this is Empire's current interpretation based on the limited amount of geologic information it has in this area. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And I noticed you have you've cut your contours off as you move to the north of section 29 and 30. That's because, in your view, that information is proprietary and you don't want to reveal it at this point in time. Is that a fair statement?
That is correct.
And before, if this application is granted, before you move forward and drill a well on, or wells on the proposed 1280, are there some plans on doing some seismic work in the area?
That is correct. We currently have a permit in with the state of North Dakota, and we're looking to start a 3D seismic shoot that covers approximately 12 miles over this entire area. That will start roughly the beginning of the month.
And if after conducting that seismic work, there isn't any significant change in your interpretation, then you will proceed with the 1280 as was depicted by Jeff. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Let's go on to Exhibit 6 and just identify that and then just briefly discuss what's important on that exhibit.
This is a type log of the area of the target interval, which shows the Mission Canyon is the target interval. The Bufflehead is the well that we just drilled in pretty much the center of section 29.
Okay, and Exhibit 7?
Exhibit 7 is showing both the 1280 and the 640 spacing unit of what our proposed development of these spacing units would be. Well-to-well spacing is based on other wells on offsetting fields of what seems to be proper drainage to maximize the recovery.
I'm sorry I interrupted you, William. And let's just, for the record, why don't you briefly describe how many wells Empire is proposing, both on the 1280 and the proposed 640?
So on the 640 with the 8 wells, what we're proposing in this to be contained within it, within a 500-foot bound of that spacing unit. And in the 1280, that would be, we're proposing that would be an 8-well development also within the bound.
And in terms of how this would be developed, I know you described, where the wells are located, and there'd be 8 wells. What would be the timing in terms, would you drill 1 or 2 wells to begin with? Would you drill all 8? Can you help us understand that?
Yes. The beginning of the development, we would look at something that would be 2 to 3 wells, but then be able to expand on. I mean, pad drilling is very efficient and help to develop the minerals economically and be able to produce more minerals for the state. So, but a good test to be out with is 2 to 3 wells.
And if the application is granted and you were to go forward with drilling the 2 or 3 wells, do you have an idea of how long you'd want to produce those 2 or 3 wells before you make a determination whether additional wells are necessary?
We would want to, if the test proved positive, we would want to move into a full development as soon as possible. Probably realistically, most of the time it takes a minimum of 1, but most of the time 3 months. But it's the 1 to 3 month evaluation period, so you can start to hang a decline curve on it and prove that it looks like it's going to be economic.
Okay, thank you for that. Let's go to Exhibit 8 and tell me what Exhibit 8 is and what it represents with respect to this matter.
Yeah, so So this would be a wellbore diagram of what our proposed wellbore construction would be in this reservoir. We would set our surface casing at 900 foot to protect all fresh water, and then we would drill down and land our production/intermediate casing into the interval, landing it at approximately 90 degrees in the interval. And then we would come back in and drill an open hole lateral for the completion. And the completion of these wells would be open hole laterals. At this point in time, we do not have any fracture stimulation planned for the reservoir.
Okay, and I'm sorry, I interrupted you. Finish, please.
Yes, that was it.
Okay, and Exhibit 8, that's the proposed configuration of the wellbore for the 640, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, Exhibit 8 is for the 640, and Exhibit 9 is very similar, but extends to a 2-mile lateral for Exhibit 9.
Okay, then let's go to Exhibit 10. Can you briefly describe what's contained on that exhibit?
Yes. Exhibit 10 and Exhibit 11 are similar, so this is offsetting reservoir properties of other Mission Canyon fields that have produced in the area. We're expected at Limestone Reservoir, part of the Madison Group. It's about a 34 API gravity oil, 135 degree bottom hole temp. Our gas oil ratio is about 115. Specific gravity gas about a 1.1. Formation volume factor of 1.1. The full spacing unit size is a 1280. It's approximately about 60 foot thick, with about 17% average porosity based on log calculation. Water saturation is about 60%. Total oil in place would be about 36.8 million barrels for the whole gamut. For the economics, we assume that you're going to recover about, with just natural open hole completion, that we would recover about 4%. Naturally, if we switch to fracture stimulation and things, we might recover more, but we might also have a lot more water if we do that. For recovery, a little bit under 1.5 million barrels. Operating costs would be about $10,000 per month. Royalties and overrides average in the area is about 12.5. We use economics of $75 oil and a gas price of $1.75, even though we do not have a market for gas in this area. So with all this economic drilling an 8-well unit, we would look to, on an 8-well unit, to invest about $18.2 million, returning, approximately over the life of it, a $71 million NPV return.
Okay, and that's on the 1280 spacing unit scenario, is that correct?
Correct, that is correct.
All right, let's go to the 640, and I'm sure there's a lot of information here that is duplicative of what's on your Exhibit 10. Perhaps you can just point out some of the differences to save some time.
Yep, the real main difference in between this is just how many barrels you get out. So, shorten it down, we've got about 1.1 million barrels recoverable versus the 1.5. Our investment is $16 million, and net income dropped probably down to 45. As you see with this, it's a little bit more economic to do 1280s versus 640s, but 640s can make well if it can produce oil.
So your return on investment from a 1280 to a 640 goes down from 3.9 to 1 to 2.8 to 1, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
But it's still economic on 640s, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In your opinion, if this request is granted, will it prevent waste, protect relative rights, and prevent the drilling of unnecessary wells?
Yes, sir. This is the intent of that is to be able to maximize this and not waste any reservoir space. It brings it to the lease boundaries of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife in the core of what we we see as the structure of the
Okay. That's all the questions I have, Mr. Examiner, to offer the exhibits.
Exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
William, looking at Exhibit 7, while also looking at my map, it appears that there's there's 6 new permits that have either recently been drilled in the last 6 months or are about to be drilled from the center of Section 29 towards Section 30. But I don't see any of those wells shown on any of your maps, and it appears that you'd be almost drilling in the same spaces that those newer wells are in.
Yeah, okay. So to clarify that, it's a little confusing. Is you've got the Starbucks Madison unit, which is the unitized interval from the Madison unconformity to the state A, and then you have the Starbucks Madison pool, which includes the interval all the way down to the top of the lodge pole. This interval of the Mission Canyon sits on top of the lodge pole and below the state A. So those are those wells that we previously drilled or are currently drilling are in a different reservoir.
And I assume it's the same situation down in Section 32 then?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
William, with respect to that conversation about the unitized interval, I was looking at the case file and from the unitization case 9731 and order number 11449. That unitized interval for the Starbucks Madison unit, unless I'm missing something, appeared to be about 134, 135 feet from the top of the Madison to the bottom of what was unitized. I don't see that it specifically referenced the state A at that point, but
So there's on that order, sir, it gets a little confusing. It describes the Starbucks Madison unit, and then it describes the Starbucks Madison pool. The Starbucks Madison unit truncates at the state A. There is a type log in there that'll show you it is the Waddle Olson number 2, I believe. I don't have it in front of me. And then you'll see that it talks about the Starbucks Madison pool, and that goes all the way to the top of the lodge pool.
yeah, I realize that. The type log for the unit was file number, I had it open here, now where to go? 4083, the Waddle Olson well that you referenced. And that does appear that it unitized off of that type log, about 134 feet of reservoir from the top of the Charles to the base of what was identified as the unit in that case. The type log you've provided here as Exhibit 6, and I realize you're not the geologist here, but what is the interval you have on this type log that's identified as the Mission Canyon as your target? Is that the interval you intend to target for these horizontal wells?
Yes, sir.
I haven't done a very in-depth look at this because I've only been looking at it for about 10 minutes here, but it would appear that that's possibly within the unitized interval.
It is not. The unitized interval in this log would start about, I gotta pick the top over there, it'd be about 33, and that's 25. That's unconformity.
You're indicating the top of the Madison in this type log is at 3325?
Correct. I wish I had that. I don't have that in front of me. And then, yes, there's a lot of reservoir separation between the top of the Madison. I'm sorry, sir, I didn't have that reference log. I should have brought that for the unit. That would have clarified for you guys as well.
We've got
We can get it for you.
we've got that in the case file. I guess I'll I'll just request, is there any opposition to taking an administrative notice of the previous case for the unitization?
I guess for the limited purposes of providing you information as to where the unitized formation is with respect to the zone that we've targeted in this application, absolutely not.
And I guess I'm going to ask for a revised Exhibit 6 that identifies what you're determining is the top of the Charles, and the top of the Madison, or the top of the unit in this case, the base of the unit in this case, and where you're proposing to target these new horizontal wells.
Do you think it makes sense, Mr. Suggs, that we use as the log that was utilized to establish the unitized formation in the unit?
You can, however, it would appear that there might be some difference in signature at a glance. I'm not sure I agree with what's been said as far as the top of the Charles here, so I'd like it identified on this Bufflehead well as well. So maybe a cross-section would be the most appropriate instead of just a type log.
Okay. Did you have something to add to that, William?
Yes, that unitized well does not go deep enough to, that one that's on the top log, it does not go deep enough to this zone.
Okay. All right. Thank you for advising me of that.
I'd still appreciate if you put together it as a cross-section and identifying the unit from that type log over to your, the Bufflehead type log that you're using in this case. So do that correlation. And I guess just one more question at this point. Your Exhibit 5, when you were going over that, I apologize if I missed it, but the structure that you're identifying on that, what is that mapped on?
That's mapped on the penetration points that we had in section 29. That is in the middle, and then there's one penetration point over in the east half of section 30.
Sorry, let me clarify the question. What is the surface that you're representing in that structure?
This surface that is represented is the mission camp.
And is that the surface that is the top of what you have identified as your target on Exhibit 6?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
And those depths are subsea.
Well, we need to leave the record open again.
Yeah, let's use the 28th, and once again, if for some reason we can't make that deadline, I'll be requesting a short extension, but I know the company's anxious, so I want to get this to you as soon as possible.
The record will remain open till March 28th. And that concludes our hearing for case number 30751. Moving now to the supplement, case number 30691, application of Empire North Dakota LLC for an order authorizing the recompletion of the Walleye 32-81H well at a location approximately 155 feet from the south line and 2,500 feet from the west line of Section 32, Township 161 North, Range 78 West, Starbuck Field, Bottineau County, North Dakota, as an exception to any field rules and/or the provisions of NDAC Section 43020318 and such other and further relief. All interested parties, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Lawrence Bender, P.O. Box 1855, Bismarck, appearing in this case 30691 on behalf of Empire North Dakota LLC. We'll have two witnesses, same two witnesses as appeared in the previous case.
Okay, just a reminder, they're still under oath.
Okay, Jeff, let's go to Exhibit 1.
Yes, sir.
Please identify it and describe what's contained upon it.
Within Exhibit 1, we have approximately 80 acres being the...
I think you're on Exhibit 2.
I'm sorry, Exhibit 2. Exhibit 1 is the county map with, once again, an outline of the Starbuck Madison unit.
Okay, and Exhibit 2?
Exhibit 2 reflects a portion of Sections 32 and of Township 161 North, Range 78 West, and also Section 1 of Township 160 North, Range 79 West.
Okay, and William may get into this in greater detail, but there's a existing horizontal well in Tract 1, is that correct?
Correct.
Yes, that is.
Oh, no, I still with Jeff here, William. And that's the Walleye 32-8 well, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the request, and once again, William may discuss this in further detail when I call him as a witness, but the plan is to use that existing well bore to test another formation, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that's the reason for the application here today, is to create this drilling unit so that you can test that well.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I don't know that you covered this. If you did, I apologize. You can just correct me, but you didn't go through the leasehold ownership that Empire owns in this, did you?
We have not yet.
Okay, let's. I'll have you do that.
Sure. In tracks 1, 2, 3, and 4, Empire owns 100% of the working interest. There's track 5 is just a part of Outlot 3 in section 1 that is unleased and owned by Fish and Wildlife,
Okay. And
which gives us a total working interest of 99.082%.
Okay, and in the previous case, you discussed efforts Empire has made to acquire leases from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife in other areas. What's the situation here? Has Empire made an attempt to acquire this interest?
We certainly have.
And
we have once again failed to have our nomination approved.
okay, all the questions I have for this witness, Mr. Examiner.
Any questions from the staff?
Jeff, on Exhibit 2, at the very top, you have Section 1, Lot 2, Section 1, Lot 3, then you have the 1.43 acres of Lot 3. And then when I look down at the bottom for Tract 5, that's that same 1.43 acres. So is that just a coincidence, or?
Well, we numbered the tract as tracts 1 through 5, if I'm answering your question correctly. And then in section 1, there's outlots 2 and 3 that make up both tracts 3 and 4. We did that just to confuse you.
So Lot 2 is Tract 3? Or Lot 2, is that right?
Outlot 2 is tract 3.
And Lot 3 is Tract 4?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I got it now.
It is confusing.
Thank you.
You can proceed.
Okay, William, let's go to Exhibit 3.
Yes, sir. This is the well log for the walleye, number 32-8. What we're highlighting here is the Piper Formation, which is above the Madison conformity, above the spearfish, and then the Piper, about 29-40 foot. There's 2 intervals in the Piper that we see that comes and goes in the field. Some of it's this carbonate section that is labeled on here as the Piper, and some of this is more cleaner, blockier stuff that's the lower Piper. From drilling the field, that we've seen signs of oil coming from these zones, and we've seen log properties that look positive on it, and we would like to be able to assess, the lower Piper if we can make it into development to be able to test it in this existing well bore.
Okay, and then let's go to Exhibit 4.
Exhibit 4 is the current well bore for the way that the walleye exists right now. We've drilled the vertical section and built the curve, but have not completed the lateral. And in this process, we'd like to come in there, as you can see highlighted. Don't have the Piper on there, but would like to perforate the
Piper, which is below the top of the unit.
Okay, and then let's go to Exhibit 5, the economics.
Economics from calculated properties, it looks to be about the same. Oil, gas, about 34. It's a little bit cooler, 115. We anticipate a similar, GOR gas is what we saw. We're predicting in the Mission Canyon what we see in the Charles. This is about 32 foot thick. Porosity is higher. It's at 28% porosity, 65% water saturation. If you did that over a 160, about 3.5, million barrels in place. It's a very fluent test, but quick economics. So you got a little bit out of it, 2% oil recovered. Maybe recover 70,000 barrels of oil. Full economics, 6,000 barrels. Operating costs, royalties, 12.5. Same oil and gas prices. With this, this investment for this test only, it would be a, $200,000 test, and we return about $3 million, so about a 15 to 1 return on investment.
Given I'm sorry, William, I interrupted you. Have you finished?
I just said if it tests to be successful.
Yep. And William, given the your estimate of the recovery of oil that you might obtain from this well, could you justify drilling a grassroots well, or would you recommend to management drilling a grassroots well to just to the Piper?
As the commission knows, there's not Piper production anywhere in the immediate area, and so yet while we see shows and we see logs in this wellbore, we have full intention to be a Charles producer. Is that we can't justify drilling a solo well to the Piper as of yet until we can prove that there's actually productive hydrocarbons there. We would like this to turn into a development.
So in that regard, if this application is granted and you do have success in the Piper, because you wouldn't drill a grassroots well, this is potentially oil that would otherwise not be recovered. Is that a fair statement?
Absolutely.
And in that regard, it would prevent waste?
Yes, sir.
And given the your proposed designation of the drilling unit, it would also protect relative rights. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
That's all the questions I have, Mr. Examiner. Offer the exhibits.
The exhibits are admitted. Any questions from the staff?
William, on Exhibit 4, or I guess just using that as an example, so if for testing this section, how long do you plan on testing or trying to produce that, those perfs to see if they're economic or not?
Well, we originally, a 30-day test would be nice. Do round numbers. I'll take as long as the test that you'll give me on it. But I think a 30-day test is a good test to determine.
And if they're proven economical, will you leave them open and commingle the wellbore?
No. It's different rights and mineral rights. You can't commingle the unit oil and the other. We would squeeze and isolate these back off to be able to produce the Charles.
And you would squeeze those prior to completing the lateral, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yep. Thanks.
William, so it looks like you're requesting an exception to any field rules, but really what you want is it looks like a 160 acre drilling unit.
Yeah, that's correct.
And so were any parties notified as if this was an exception?
Well, it says as an exception, any field rules and the provisions of 430203 18.1. I mean, the exception 430203 18.1 is the creation of drilling units, so I don't think you have to notify
Okay.
anybody.
Yeah, I would agree.
Probably should not have used the word exception. I think that causes some confusion.
Well, it's an exception to 18 was where it should have been reordered. Because 18 requires it to be 500. Well, no, it probably wouldn't be an exception to, well, at this depth, I think you're restricted to a 40 at this depth. So it probably is an exception to 18, but, okay. The perforations, do you have specific footages picked out?
Is that interval that, it shows to be more of a, sand limestone interval is what is highlighted on the well log in red is the proposed, don't have, I can't remember, what is it? So that's, what is that? 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, so it's about 2940 on this log to 2970, 80, 2980.
And then right now, this well is landed horizontally in the unit. Is that right?
That is correct.
So are you going to have any type? Are you going to put a bridge plug below these perforations?
Yes. Yes, we will submit a sundry to isolate, to prove isolation that we would be that there's no commingling of fluids.
Going back to a comment you made earlier in response to a question, if you're going to put this well on production in the drilling unit, there is no restriction as to how long you can produce it. If it was to be, well, at any rate, since it's a drilling unit, you would come back in for a temporary spacing hearing after the completion of the well. And I'd say in this case, even if you produce any hydrocarbons, even if you plug it, you would need that temporary spacing hearing. But we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
William, while you were discussing your Exhibit 3, you mentioned evaluating a number of indicators of potential potential hydrocarbons in that zone. One of them you indicated log properties. This type log that you provided doesn't have anything other than a gamma on it. Were you evaluating other logs in the area for that?
Yes, we were evaluating the wellbore of the offset, which is the Chinook there. There was a pilot well that was drilled in there and it had open hole log. In this wellbore here, this was a cased only well, and so it doesn't have all the full suite of open hole logs.
Would you be able to provide a example of that log suite that you evaluated, identifying the interval and the properties you were indicating were hydrocarbon indicators?
Yes.
Okay, please do so. You also indicated shows. Do you have mud logs that have been drilled in the area that have been indicated that on the way through?
Yeah.
Okay, would you please also provide an example of one of those?
I think we're starting to get into things, it seems to me, that you would present in a temporary spacing matter. I don't quite understand why you need that for the creation of a drilling unit.
Just looking for what the supporting information for wanting to perf it is, so. Thank you.
Okay, so we need to keep the record open March 28th again?
Yes.
Record will remain open until March 28th. That concludes our hearing for case number 30691. And that concludes our hearings for the day.